This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened last summer in San Francisco. I've been hesitant to share this because I still can't explain what we encountered, but I need to get this off my chest. It was my 21st birthday in July of 2021, and I'd been looking forward to celebrating in San Francisco for months. My parents surprised me with the trip as a gift, a week in the city with them, plus my two best friends, Jake and Mia. The plan was perfect. Daytime sightseeing with family, evenings free for us 20-somethings to explore on our own. The first few days were everything I'd hoped for. We hit all the tourist spots: Golden Gate Bridge, Fisherman's Wharf, Alcatraz. My parents rented us an Airbnb in Haight-Ashbury, which was this cool, vibrant neighborhood with vintage shops and colorful Victorian houses. Our place was this quirky two-bedroom apartment in a purple building with bay windows right off the main drag. On our third night there, after having dinner with my parents, the three of us decided to check out Buena Vista Park. It was literally just a few blocks from where we were staying, and Jake had read that it offered amazing nighttime views of the city from the top. None of us were tired, and it was only about 10:30, so it seemed like a perfect plan for a mild summer night. The entrance to the park was unassuming, just this gap between buildings with a small sign and a paved path that quickly disappeared into trees. What struck me immediately was how dark it got once we stepped inside. The streetlights from Haight Street didn't penetrate far into the park, and the tall eucalyptus trees formed this dense canopy overhead. "Should we use our phone flashlights?" Mia asked, already pulling hers out. I remember thinking it might attract unwanted attention, but the path was uneven with exposed roots and broken pavement, so we agreed to use them, keeping the beams pointed downward. The park is designed with these circular trails that spiral up to the top, about 500 feet up. As we started climbing, I noticed the air felt different inside the park. Cooler, damper, with this earthy smell that wasn't unpleasant but felt ancient somehow. Our footsteps crunched loudly on the gravel, and we kept our voices low, not wanting to disturb the strange quietness of the place. We'd been walking for maybe 15 minutes when we encountered the first person, a tall figure in a dark hoodie walking down as we were going up. Nothing unusual about passing someone in a park, right? Except this person kept their head down, hood pulled forward, and moved with this deliberate, almost mechanical stride. They didn't acknowledge us at all. No nod, no evening, nothing. Just silently passed by, keeping to the very edge of the path. "Friendly locals," Jake joked, but I could tell he was a bit unsettled too. Within the next 10 minutes, we passed 4 more people. Each one was alone, each one dressed in dark clothing, each one either keeping their head down or hood up. None made eye contact, none spoke, and each one seemed to be moving with this same purposeful, silent intensity. "Is this normal for San Francisco?" Mia whispered. "Everyone's so intense." I shrugged it off. "It's a big city. People are probably just keeping to themselves." But something felt off. Some of these people weren't even using the trails properly. 2 of them cut directly through the undergrowth, moving between the trees, rather than following the path. Who does that in a pitch-black park at night? As we climbed higher, the trees thinned out slightly, and we could catch glimpses of the city lights through the branches. The sight was reassuring, a reminder that we were still in civilization, not some isolated wilderness. But those brief glimpses of normalcy only made the park itself feel more removed from the world, like we'd stepped into some parallel version of San Francisco where different rules applied. I started to get this crawling sensation on the back of my neck, like we were being watched. I kept glancing back over my shoulder, but the trail behind us was empty, or at least it seemed empty in the narrow beams of our flashlights. "We're almost at the top," Jake said, checking the map on his phone. "Just around this bend." The trail finally opened up to this grassy clearing at the summit. The view was stunning. The whole city laid out below us, a carpet of twinkling lights with the Bay Bridge illuminated in the distance. For a moment I forgot my uneasiness. We turned off our flashlights and let our eyes adjust to the darkness, the city lights providing just enough glow to see each other and the immediate area around us. We sat on a bench near the edge of the clearing, taking in the view and catching our breath. The air was cool but not cold, with a light breeze carrying the distant sounds of traffic up to us. For about 10 minutes, we just sat there, pointing out landmarks and taking a few photos. Should we head back down? I finally suggested, checking the time. It was approaching 11:30, and while none of us had an early morning, the park was giving me an increasingly uneasy feeling. Mia nodded, standing up and brushing off her jeans. Yeah, I'm getting kinda cold anyway. That's when I saw them. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. About 75 feet away, at the edge of the clearing where the trail we'd come up on began to descend, stood a group of people. Not just 3 or 4, but around 20 individuals, all standing completely still, all facing in our direction. "Guys," I whispered, my mouth suddenly dry. "Look." Jake and Mia turned, and I heard Mia's sharp intake of breath. "How long have they been there?" Jake asked, his voice barely audible. "I don't know," I replied. I didn't see them arrive. The strangest part was their silence. 20 people, and not a single voice, not a shuffle of feet, not the glow of a phone screen or a cigarette. Just silent, still figures arranged in a loose semicircle around the only trail that led back down the mountain. As my eyes adjusted further, I could make out more details. They wore dark clothes, hoodies, jackets, pants, nothing that stood out except for the uniformity of their shadowy appearance. Some had their hoods up, others didn't, but all were standing with this strange, alert stillness. They weren't talking to each other or moving around like a normal group would. They were just watching us. "There's no other way down, is there?" Mia asked, her voice shaking slightly. Jake checked his phone map again. "Number, just the main trail." "Maybe they're just hanging out," I suggested, not believing it myself, like a meetup group or something. But it didn't feel like any normal gathering. Who meets silently in a dark park at nearly midnight, standing in formation? We had 2 choices: stay at the top and hope they left, which meant being alone in this park potentially until dawn, or walk through them to get back to the safety of the streets below. "We need to go through," I finally said. "We'll stay together, walk confidently, and not make eye contact, just straight through and down." Jake nodded, but I could see the concern on his face. "I'll go first." "No," I said. "I'll go first. Mia in the middle. You bring up the rear." We gathered our things, turned our flashlights back on, and began walking toward the group and the trail. My heart was hammering so hard in my chest, I was sure they could hear it across the clearing. With each step closer, I kept expecting them to move, to speak, to do something that would make this encounter feel normal, but they remained motionless. As we got within about 30 feet, I could see their faces in the dim glow of our flashlights. What hit me immediately was their expressions, or rather, the lack of them. Not hostile, not friendly, just intent. Their eyes followed our movement with an unnatural focus, like predators tracking prey. I decided in that moment to change tactics. Instead of avoiding eye contact as I'd initially suggested, I looked directly at them, one by one, as we approached. I don't know why I did this. Some instinct told me not to show fear, to assert some kind of, humanity, connection. Whatever it was, I looked each one in the eye as we prepared to walk through their formation. They had formed something like a gauntlet, a pathway through their group that aligned perfectly with the trail. They were spaced evenly on either side, creating a corridor we'd have to walk through. As we entered this human corridor, the air felt electric, charged with something I couldn't name. I kept my eyes forward, occasionally looking directly at the faces we passed. No one moved to stop us, no one spoke, but their eyes, God, their eyes tracked us with this collective intensity that made my skin crawl. I could hear Mia's breathing behind me, quick and shallow. I wanted to reach back and take her hand, but was afraid any sudden movement might trigger something. So I kept walking, one foot in front of the other, trying to project a confidence I absolutely did not feel. The walk through their ranks couldn't have taken more than 30 seconds, but it felt like hours. When we finally cleared the last person and reached the actual trail, I resisted the overwhelming urge to run. Instead, we maintained our pace until we rounded the first bend and were out of sight. "What the actual fuck was that?" Jake hissed once we were hidden by the trees. "I don't know," I said, my voice not sounding like my own. "Let's just get out of here." We increased our pace then, not quite running, but moving as quickly as we safely could down the uneven path. Every few seconds I glanced back up the trail, half expecting to see those figures following us, but the path behind remained empty. The descent felt twice as long as the climb. Every rustle in the bushes made us jump. Every shadow seemed to move. We passed no one on the way down, not a single person, which somehow felt even more wrong than our earlier encounters. When we finally emerged onto Haight Street, the normalcy was jarring. Cars driving by, a few people walking, neon signs from late-night shops, regular city life continuing as if we hadn't just experienced something inexplicable. We practically ran the 3 blocks back to our Airbnb, locking the door behind us and collapsing onto the couch. None of us spoke for several minutes, just catching our breath and processing. "Do you think they were going to hurt us?" Mia finally asked. I shook my head. They had every opportunity and didn't. But it felt like we interrupted something, like we weren't supposed to be there. "Or maybe we were," Jake said quietly. "Maybe we were exactly where they wanted us to be." That thought sent a fresh wave of chills through me. We debated telling my parents, but decided against it. What would we even say? We saw some people standing in a park. Nothing actually happened. No one threatened us or even spoke to us, but all 3 of us knew we'd experienced something deeply wrong. I looked up Buena Vista Park online later that night, searching for any reports of strange gatherings or incidents. Nothing unusual came up, just the typical warnings about staying alert in city parks after dark. We avoided the park for the rest of our trip. Even in daylight, I couldn't bring myself to go back. Every time we walked past one of its entrances, I felt that same crawling sensation on the back of my neck. It's been over a year now, and I still don't have an explanation for what we encountered that night. Was it some kind of meeting, a ritual, just a group of weird people trying to scare tourists? I don't know. But sometimes I still wake up at night, remembering those expressionless faces and those intent, focused eyes, and I wonder if they're still there, silently gathering in that park on the hill, watching and waiting for the next unsuspecting visitors to wander into their midst. Story 2. I never thought I'd be sharing this, but after reading so many similar experiences here, I feel like maybe someone can relate or explain what happened to me as a kid. Growing up, we lived in this completely ordinary 2-story house in a suburb outside of Cleveland. Nothing special about it. Built in the 70s, beige siding, the kind of place you'd drive past without a second glance. We moved there when I was about 7, and I honestly thought it was just a normal house with normal house sounds, until I learned it wasn't. The first time I noticed something weird was probably a few weeks after we moved in. I remember it was fall because I had just started 2nd grade at my new school. My bedroom was upstairs, down the hall from my parents', with this old creaky floorboard right outside my door that would always give away when someone was walking past. That night I woke up needing to use the bathroom. It was probably around 2 in the morning, that weird hour where the whole world feels still. As I lay there trying to convince myself to get up, I heard it. From downstairs in the kitchen came this unmistakable sound of dishes clattering against each other. It wasn't subtle either. It sounded exactly like someone was unloading the dishwasher or maybe reorganizing all our cabinets. My first thought was that Mom was up doing some late-night cleaning, which was weird but not impossible. I got up and went to the bathroom, and on my way back I peeked down the hallway toward my parents' room. Their door was closed and I could hear my dad snoring. I stood at the top of the stairs for a minute, listening to the dishes continue to clank and rattle below, but I was too scared to go down and check. I just hurried back to my room, pulled the covers over my head, and eventually fell asleep. The next morning, I asked my mom why she was doing dishes in the middle of the night. She looked at me funny and said she hadn't been up at all. The dishwasher had run after dinner and everything was already put away. I didn't push it because, well, I was 7 and adults always knew better than me. But it happened again the next night, and the night after that. Always between 1 and 3 in the morning, always the same distinct sounds of dishes moving around, metal pots clanging against each other, cabinet doors opening and closing. Sometimes it would go on for just a few minutes. Other times it felt like an hour. I started to dread going to bed. About a week into this, I was sitting at breakfast with my mum while my dad had already left for work. I gathered up my courage and said, "Mom, why do the dishes make so much noise at night?" She was buttering toast and barely looked up. "Oh, that's just the domovoy," she said casually, with this little smile. "The what?" I asked, probably mispronouncing it when I tried to repeat it. "The domovoy," she said again. "It's like a house elf from the old country. My grandmother used to tell me about them. They take care of the house while everyone sleeps." My mom's family was partially Russian, and she occasionally threw out these folk tales. I didn't know if she was joking or serious, but the way she said it, so matter-of-fact, made me think this was just something that happened in houses. Dishes made noise at night because of house elves, and that was that. It was weird, but if Mom wasn't worried, why should I be? So I lived with it. For 4 years, I listened to those dishes almost every single night. I got used to it mostly. I learned to fall asleep despite the noise, or I'd put my pillow over my head to muffle it. Sometimes I'd lie awake and imagine what this domovoy looked like, shuffling around our kitchen, picking up plates and inspecting them before putting them back. Was he small and wrinkled? Did he have a beard? Did he approve of how we kept the house? These thoughts actually made the noises less scary. The worst night was when I was 10. It was winter, and we'd had this massive snowstorm that knocked out power in most of our neighborhood. We were huddled in the living room with flashlights and blankets, planning to sleep downstairs by the fireplace to stay warm. Around midnight, my parents finally got me settled on the couch while they took the floor. The house was eerily silent without the hum of the heater or the refrigerator. That's when the kitchen erupted with sound. It was louder than I'd ever heard it, like someone was throwing plates around. My dad shot up immediately and grabbed the flashlight. "What the hell is that?" he whispered harshly. My mom grabbed his arm. "It's probably just a raccoon that got in." "I'll check," she said, but I could tell by her voice she was scared. "No, it's just the domovoy," I said, confused why they were acting so strange about our regular nighttime visitor. My dad looked at me like I was speaking another language, but my mom just squeezed my hand and told me to stay put while they checked. They both went into the kitchen and suddenly the noise stopped completely. When they came back, they said nothing was disturbed. Every dish was exactly where it should be. My dad checked all the doors and windows, but nothing was open or broken. He blamed it on the old house settling in the cold, but I knew better. So did my mom, judging by how tightly she held me that night. Life went on, and eventually we moved when I was 11. My dad got transferred to another state, and we ended up in a newer house in a development outside of Pittsburgh. The first few nights there, I lay awake waiting for the familiar clattering from the kitchen. It never came. The house was quiet, except for normal creaks and the occasional sound of the heating system turning on and off. I actually missed it, weirdly enough. I asked my mom if the domovoy didn't like our new house, and she just smiled that same mysterious smile and said maybe he stayed behind to take care of the new family. It wasn't until I was 17 that the subject came up again. We were having dinner with some family friends who were sharing ghost stories, talking about weird things they couldn't explain. Thinking nothing of it, I chimed in. "Oh yeah, like the dishes moving around at night. That used to happen all the time in our old house." The table got quiet and everyone was looking at me strangely. "What do you mean dishes moving around?" our friend asked. You know, at night, when the house elf or whatever is checking the kitchen. The domovoi, I said, looking at my mom for backup. The dishes would clatter and bang around for like an hour sometimes. My mom had gone pale. My dad looked confused. Our friends were staring at me like I'd grown a second head. Honey, that's not normal, my friend's mother said gently. I've never heard dishes moving by themselves at night. I laughed, thinking they were messing with me. Come on, everyone has noisy dishes at night. Right, Mom? My mom set down her fork. Can you help me get dessert ready? She asked, standing up and heading to the kitchen without waiting for my answer. When I followed her, she was leaning against the counter, looking shaken. Mom, what's wrong? She took a deep breath. Sweetheart, I need to tell you something about that house in Cleveland. What about it? Those noises, they weren't normal. Dishes don't just make those kinds of sounds on their own. I felt a cold chill run down my spine. But you said it was the domovoi. I know what I said, she replied quietly. I said that because I didn't want you to be scared. I was trying to make it seem normal, give it a name so it wouldn't feel so unexplainable. So you heard it too? I asked, suddenly feeling like I was 7 years old again. She nodded. Every night. Your father worked nights a lot back then, remember? I would lie awake listening to those sounds, terrified someone had broken in. I checked the kitchen so many times, but nothing was ever moved or disturbed. Eventually, I just accepted it as part of the house. Why didn't you ever say anything? What was I supposed to say? That our house had a ghost that liked to play with dishes? That would have terrified you. It was easier to make up a story about a friendly house spirit. We never brought dessert back to the table that night, and afterward I started asking friends if they'd ever experienced anything similar. No one had. Some suggested pipes or the house settling, but none of those explanations matched the distinct sound of ceramic plates clicking together or metal pots banging that I'd heard nearly every night for 4 years. After college, I got my own apartment, then eventually bought my own house. I've lived in 5 different places since that house in Cleveland, and I've never once heard those sounds again. Sometimes I almost miss them. They became such a constant part of my childhood that the absence feels strange, like missing the sound of traffic when you move to the country. Last year, curiosity got the best of me. I was back in Cleveland for work and drove by our old house. New siding, new windows, but unmistakably the same place. I sat in my car across the street for a while, wondering about the family living there now. Did they hear it too? Did they lie awake at night listening to the mysterious clattering from their kitchen? Did they make up stories to explain it to their children? I almost worked up the courage to knock on the door and ask, but what would I say? Excuse me, do your dishes move around by themselves at night? They'd think I was crazy, so I drove away, leaving the mystery behind. But sometimes, when I'm falling asleep in my quiet apartment, I find myself listening for that familiar sound of dishes clamoring in the dark. Part of me hopes I'll never hear it again, but another part wonders if someday the domovoi might find me. Story 3. I've wanted to write this down for years, but honestly, I've been too scared. Even now I get this weird feeling in my stomach just thinking about it all. But I need to tell someone. I can't keep this bottled up anymore. My parents split up in 2013 when I was 10. My mom moved out of state with her new boyfriend, and I stayed with my dad in Riverside. Dad's been completely blind since before I was born, for about 40 years now. After the divorce, we couldn't afford our old place anymore, so we moved into this 2-story house with a finished 3rd floor that used to be an apartment. The previous owners were this elderly couple who had both passed away. The real estate agent told us their daughter used to live in the 3rd floor apartment when she was younger. Dad thought it would be perfect for me to have my own space, even though I was still pretty young. The house had this weird vibe from the start. Not necessarily bad, just present, like when you feel someone watching you. The first year was completely normal. I decorated my space with posters, set up my desk near the window, and actually felt pretty grown up having my own apartment inside our house. Dad and I settled into a routine. I'd help him with things around the house and he'd help me with homework. We were doing okay, all things considered. Then 2014 rolled around, and that's when the weird stuff started. I was sitting at the kitchen table one afternoon after school. Dad was in his room resting. I had this can of Sprite next to me while I was drawing. I looked down at my sketchbook for maybe 10 seconds, and when I looked up, the can had moved about 6 inches to the left. I figured maybe I'd bumped the table without noticing, but it bothered me because I hadn't felt anything move. A few weeks later, I was doing homework at the dining room table. I dropped my pencil and watched it roll across the table. It stopped, which made sense because the table was level. But then, and I swear this happened, it started rolling back toward me. Not fast, just slowly turning around and rolling in my direction like someone had given it a gentle push. I actually looked under the table to see if there was some weird slope I hadn't noticed before. There wasn't. By 2015, I started feeling really uneasy on the third floor. It wasn't just one big thing, it was tons of little things that kept adding up. I'd put something down and find it in a different spot later. My bedroom door would be closed when I was sure I'd left it open. Sometimes I'd wake up with my blankets on the floor when I know I'd been covered up when I fell asleep. Then one night in winter, I was doing homework on my bed when my space heater turned on by itself. It wasn't one of those automatic ones. You had to physically press the button to turn it on. I remember staring at it for what felt like forever, too scared to get up and turn it off. Eventually, I called down to my dad, who came upstairs. I never told him why I was scared, just that I needed help with something. He couldn't see what had happened anyway, so what was the point in freaking him out? That's when I started seeing the shadows. They weren't normal shadows. They were these dark shapes that looked darker than the darkness around them. They didn't have features exactly, but somehow I could tell they were watching me. The first time I saw one standing in the corner of my room, I thought it was just my clothes hanging up, but when I turned on the light, there was nothing there. After that, I started keeping the lights on when I slept. Dad noticed my electricity usage went up, but I told him I was afraid of the dark. He understood, even though I'd never been scared of the dark before. By 2018, I was 15 and had my first girlfriend, Mia. She came over after school one day, and the minute she walked into my room on the third floor, she got this weird look on her face. "What's wrong with this place?" she asked, rubbing her arms like she was cold. "What do you mean?" I tried to act casual, even though my heart was racing. "I don't know. It just feels off, like we're not alone." I hadn't told her about any of the weird stuff. I hadn't told anyone. I was afraid people would think I was making it up for attention or something. We were sitting on my bed, and Mia was playing with one of those puffy stickers on her finger. You know, the kind that are slightly raised? She was about to put it on my notebook when suddenly it flew off her finger and stuck to the wall across the room. There was no wind. My window was closed. The ceiling fan wasn't on. Nothing could explain how that sticker just launched itself across the room. Mia freaked out. What the hell was that? Probably just static electricity or something, I said. But we both knew that didn't make sense. Static doesn't make things fly 6 feet across a room. She left pretty quickly after that, saying she didn't feel well. I didn't blame her. A week later, I was at Mia's house, sitting on her bed while she was in the bathroom. The house was quiet. Her parents were at work. I was scrolling through my phone when I heard someone whisper directly into my ear, "Hey!" It was so clear, so close, that I could feel the breath on my ear. I jumped up and spun around, but of course no one was there. Mia came back a few minutes later and found me standing in the middle of her room, pale and shaking. "What's wrong?" she asked. I couldn't tell her. I couldn't tell anyone. How do you explain something like that? That night, I had to walk home alone because Dad couldn't pick me up. It was only about a 10-minute walk, but it was dark out. I kept getting this feeling like someone was following me, so I pulled out my phone and started recording behind me as I walked, pretending I was taking selfies or something. When I got home and checked the video, my blood went cold. There was something there, a dark shape moving behind me, keeping pace about 15 feet back. It wasn't a person. It was like a patch of deeper darkness that moved with purpose. When I showed it to Mia the next day, she said it was probably just a weird shadow from a car's headlights or something. But I knew better. It was the same kind of shadow I'd been seeing in my room. The next morning, I woke up with 3 long scratches down my back. They weren't deep, but they stung like hell. I couldn't have done them myself. They were in a spot I couldn't reach. I told Dad I must have scraped myself on something in the bathroom, but I knew that wasn't true. 3 days later, I noticed something on my chest while I was getting dressed. It looked like a faint birthmark in the shape of the Roman numeral for 6, phi, but I'd never had a birthmark there before. It wasn't raised or scratched. It was like a slight discoloration of my skin that appeared overnight. Here's the weirdest part. After the mark appeared, everything stopped. The shadows disappeared. The weird movements stopped. My space heater stayed off unless I turned it on. It was like whatever had been haunting me had accomplished what it wanted and moved on. I actually started to believe I'd imagined the whole thing. Maybe stress from my parents' divorce had finally caught up with me. Maybe I'd been sleepwalking and doing things I didn't remember. I even convinced myself that the mark on my chest was just a weird coincidence. Maybe I'd slept on something that pressed into my skin. For almost 3 years, nothing happened. I graduated high school. Mia and I broke up. I started community college. Life went on, and the weird experiences became a distant memory. Then last month, I was studying late in my room. Dad was asleep downstairs. The house was completely quiet, and my space heater turned on by itself again. I stared at it for a solid minute, my heart pounding in my chest. Then I noticed the mark on my chest. The VI was tingling. When I looked in the mirror, it seemed darker than usual, more pronounced. I slept downstairs on the couch that night. I've been sleeping there ever since, telling Dad that the heating in my room isn't working properly. I don't know what to do. I don't know what it wants from me. I don't know why it came back. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and feel like something is standing over me, watching me. Sometimes I hear whispers that sound like they're coming from inside my own head. The mark on my chest has started to change. It's still 6, but now there's a faint line appearing under it, like it's turning into something else. I've thought about moving out, but I can't leave my dad alone. He needs me, and honestly, I'm not convinced it wouldn't follow me anyway. I'm writing this because I need someone to know what's happening. If something happens to me, at least there will be a record. At least someone will know it wasn't just in my head. Last night, I found an old picture of the previous owners in a box in the basement. They were standing in front of the house with a young woman, their daughter, I guess. She had this look on her face that I recognized immediately because I've seen it in the mirror, that mix of fear and resignation, and on her collarbone, just visible above her shirt, was what looked like a marking. I couldn't make it out clearly in the photo, but I'm going back to look for more information about the family. I need to know what happened to the daughter. I need to know if she experienced the same things. I need to know what the VI means and why it's on my body now. If anyone has experienced anything similar or knows what might be happening, please help me. I'm scared to go to sleep tonight. I'm scared of what I might find when I wake up, if I wake up. The space heater just turned on again. I didn't touch it. I'm alone in the house. I don't think I'm going to be alone for long. Story 4. I've always been able to see ghosts. Not like in the movies where they're all misty and transparent. They look almost normal to me, just a bit faded around the edges. Sometimes they glow slightly, but most people walk right past them without noticing. I first realized I was different when I was about 6 years old, living in our old house in Northern Carolina. My earliest memory of this gift, though honestly it feels more like a curse, was seeing an old woman standing at the foot of my bed. She never spoke, just watched me with sad eyes. When I told my mom about the nice lady who visited at night, she dismissed it as an overactive imagination. My older brother Jake believed me though. He couldn't see them, but he never doubted me when I described what I saw. We moved to Ontario when I was 14 after Mom remarried. My stepfather Tim seemed nice enough, but he was skeptical about everything. The apartment we moved into was on the 8th floor of a building that overlooked a park. That park. God, I wish we'd never lived near it. The first time I walked through that park alone, I counted 7 different spirits. There was a group of Buddhist monks. I later found out there used to be a temple nearby, a couple of children playing on swings that weren't there anymore, and something else, something that made my skin crawl. At the time, I didn't know what it was, but years later, I'd recognize it as a demon. It looked human-shaped, but wrong somehow, like someone had tried to draw a person from memory and messed up all the proportions. When I got back to the apartment that day, I was shaking so badly that Mom thought I was sick. I couldn't tell her what I'd seen. She'd already told me to grow out of my ghost stories, so I just said I was cold and went to my room. That's when I met George. George was about 8 years old with a bowl cut and clothes that looked like they were from the 80s. He was sitting on my bed, swinging his legs back and forth, waiting for me. When I asked who he was, he told me he'd lived in our apartment with his mom and dad before the bad thing happened. I never asked what the bad thing was. Something in his expression told me not to. George became my only friend for those first few months. He'd follow me around the apartment, telling me about the other ghosts in the building. He warned me about the angry man on the 6th floor who screamed at anyone who could see him, and the sad lady who wandered the laundry room looking for something she'd lost. High school was even worse than the apartment. Hawthorne High was built in the 70s, but I found out it was constructed over an old auditorium. Sometimes when I sat in the cafeteria, I could hear singing coming from beneath the floor. Old songs from bands my mom used to listen to. Most of the spirits there were harmless. Former students or teachers who didn't know they had died. I tried to ignore them, to act normal. But it's hard when you're sitting in class and there's a ghost soldier from what looked like World War II standing next to the teacher, trying to get anyone, to notice him. Jake was in college by then, so I had no one to talk to about what I was seeing. Mom was working double shifts, and Tim just rolled his eyes whenever I seemed spacey. George was my only confidant, but even he couldn't help me at school. One Friday in April, just a couple months before graduation, I volunteered to stay late to work on prom decorations. The theme was Midnight in Paris, and I was in charge of making the Eiffel Tower centerpieces. The art room was on the 3rd floor of the school, next to the girls' bathroom and above the boiler room. By 5 o'clock, everyone else had left. The faculty advisor, Miss Patel, told me to lock up when I finished and drop the key in the office mailbox. I remember feeling excited to have the room to myself. No ghosts had ever bothered me in the art room before. I was cutting out stars from gold cardboard when the temperature suddenly dropped. My breath fogged in front of my face, and I felt that familiar prickling sensation on the back of my neck that always meant something supernatural was nearby. But this felt different, heavier, more oppressive. Then I heard a voice I hadn't heard in years. "Don't look up, Leah." It was Wyatt. When I was little, I used to call him my spirit guide. He'd appeared to me a few times when I was scared, always keeping other ghosts away. He looked like a normal guy in his 30s with kind eyes, but I hadn't seen him since we moved to Ontario. Of course, telling someone not to look up is the surest way to make them look up. I raised my head slowly, scissors still in my hand, and saw it standing in the doorway. It wasn't a ghost, at least, not like any ghost I'd ever seen. It was more like a hole in reality, a shadow that shouldn't exist. It had the shape of a man, impossibly tall and thin, wearing what looked like a bowler hat. I couldn't see any features, just darkness deeper than the shadows around it. My whole body went cold, like I'd been dunked in ice water. The scissors clattered to the floor from my numb fingers. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't even blink. The shadow figure just stood there, watching me, and somehow I knew it was smiling, even though it had no face. "Don't speak to it," Wyatt's voice whispered urgently in my ear. "Don't acknowledge it. It's been looking for you." The figure took a step forward, and the lights in the hallway behind it flickered. Another step, and the temperature dropped even further. I could see frost forming on the windows now. My chest hurt from holding my breath, but I was too terrified to exhale. It raised one long, thin arm and pointed directly at me. Its finger elongated, stretching across the room until it was almost touching my forehead. I felt something cold brush against my skin, and then a voice that wasn't really a voice filled my head. "Found you," it said, the words feeling like oil sliding through my brain. I closed my eyes and started counting, a technique I'd developed as a child when ghosts scared me. 1, 2, 3. By the time I reached 10, most spirits would leave me alone. But when I reached 10 and opened my eyes, it was still there, closer now, its featureless face inches from mine. I could smell something burning, like electrical wires overheating. "It can't hurt you unless you let it," Wyatt said, his voice fading. "Don't give it your fear." Easy for him to say. I was beyond terrified. My legs were shaking so badly I had to grip the edge of the table to stay upright. The shadow, what I would later learn was called the Hat Man by others who'd seen it, tilted its head as if curious. "What do you want?" I whispered, ignoring Wyatt's advice. The shadow seemed to grow larger, expanding to fill the doorway completely. The room went pitch black except for a faint red glow coming from where its eyes should have been. "You," it replied, the word burning like acid in my mind. Just then, I heard footsteps in the hallway and Jessica Chen's voice calling my name. She was on the prom committee too, and had come back to help after her basketball practice. The shadow jerked its head toward the sound, and for a second, I felt its attention shift. That was enough for me to break free from whatever force had been holding me in place. I lunged for the door, screaming Jessica's name. As I burst into the hallway, colliding with a very startled Jessica, I glanced back over my shoulder. The shadow was gone, but the air where it had stood shimmered like heat rising from pavement in summer. "What the hell, Leah?" Jessica demanded, steadying me. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I almost laughed hysterically at that. If only it had been just a ghost. I made up some excuse about a rat in the art room, and Jessica, thankfully, didn't question it. We finished the decorations together, and I made sure we left before it got dark. That night, I couldn't sleep. George sat at the foot of my bed, unusually quiet. When I asked him if he knew what the shadow thing was, he just shook his head and disappeared. He didn't come back for 3 days. I finally broke down and told Tim about what had happened. To my surprise, instead of dismissing me, he went very still and asked me to describe exactly what I'd seen. When I mentioned the bowler hat, he turned pale. "I saw something like that when I was about your age," he admitted, his voice low so Mom wouldn't hear from the kitchen. "It was standing at the end of the hallway in my high school. Nobody else could see it. It was the first time Tim had ever shared anything personal with me. He explained that his mother was half Cherokee and had taught him about spirits. He didn't have the sight himself, but he believed in it. My grandmother would have called it a shadow walker," he said, "a spirit that feeds on fear and follows certain people throughout their lives." "Why me?" I asked, fighting back tears of relief that someone finally believed me. Tim reached out awkwardly and patted my hand. "Some people just shine brighter in the spirit world. My grandmother would say you have a strong soul light." After that day, things changed between Tim and me. He started teaching me protection techniques his grandmother had taught him, burning sage, carrying certain stones, visualizing barriers of light. He didn't understand my ability, but he respected it. I never saw the Hat Man at school again, though I felt its presence sometimes, watching from just beyond my peripheral vision. Wyatt appeared more frequently, especially when I was alone, teaching me how to strengthen my mental shields. Jake came home for summer break and was surprised to find Tim and me getting along. When I told him about the Hat Man, he immediately started researching. Turns out there are thousands of accounts of people seeing the same entity, always with the hat, always bringing that sense of paralyzing dread. I wish I could say I've figured it all out, that I know why I can see these things when others can't, but I don't. All I know is that ever since that day in the art room, the veil between my world and theirs has gotten thinner. I see more of them now, and they definitely see me. Last night, I thought I saw a tall shadow outside my bedroom window. I live on the 8th floor. There's nothing out there but air. I haven't slept much since. Story 5. Kit. I still don't have an explanation for what we saw that night. It's been 3 years, and I've talked to scientists, paranormal investigators, and even a physicist who specializes in theoretical dimensions. Nobody has answers that make sense. I'm hoping someone here might have experienced something similar, or can at least tell me I'm not crazy. This happened during the summer after high school graduation. Me, Jake, Maria, Devin, Sam, and Caitlin were just hanging out like we'd done a million times before. Our town is pretty small, one of those places where the only thing to do on weekend nights is drive around or find a spot to park and talk. We ended up at the soccer fields on the edge of town around midnight. It's this big open area with 3 fields stretching about 100 yards, backed by dense woods that run for miles. We were all in Jake's dad's SUV, one of those big ones with 3 rows of seats. Jake was driving, Maria was in the passenger seat, Devin and Sam were in the middle row, and Caitlin and I were in the back. We had parked facing the fields with the headlights off, just the dashboard lights giving a faint glow inside the car. The moon was nearly full that night, so you could see the outline of the trees maybe 200 yards away pretty clearly. We were just talking about college plans, passing around a bag of chips. Nothing crazy. No drugs, barely any alcohol. Just a single beer Jake and Devin had split earlier. We were all clear-headed. This is important because I know how this story sounds. It started with Jake suddenly going quiet mid-sentence. I remember he was talking about his scholarship, then just stopped. At first I thought Maria had nudged him about something, but then I noticed how rigid he'd become, staring straight ahead through the windshield. "Do you see that?" he whispered. His voice had this edge I'd never heard before. Maria followed his gaze and grabbed his arm so hard that later he had finger-shaped bruises. "What the fuck is that?" she said, her voice shaking. The 4 of us in the back seats were confused. Devin laughed nervously, thinking they were trying to scare us. "Very funny, guys," he said, but Jake didn't even acknowledge him. "By the tree line," Jake said, his voice barely audible. "Right where the middle field ends. Something's coming out of the trees." I leaned forward between the seats, straining to see what had spooked them. At first, I didn't notice anything unusual. Just the dark outline of trees against the night sky. Then Sam gasped from the middle row. "Holy shit," he whispered. "I see it too." Caitlin pressed against the window on our side, and a moment later she made a sound like she was choking. "What the fuck is that thing?" By now, my heart was hammering. Devin and I were the only ones who hadn't seen whatever they were seeing. I pressed my face closer to the windshield, scanning the edge of the woods carefully. And then I saw it, coming out from between 2 large trees was... I don't even know how to describe it properly. It was like a person, but not. It was tall, much taller than any human should be, probably 7 or 8 feet at least. The proportions were roughly humanoid, 2 arms, 2 legs, a torso and a head, but it wasn't solid like a person. It was transparent, but somehow still completely visible. The thing that really stands out in my memory was the color, this strange electric blue, not like neon or anything artificial. It was more like energy, like if you could see electricity flowing through the shape of a person. The blue wasn't uniform either. It pulsed and flowed through the figure like blood in veins, brighter in some places than others. "Are you guys seeing this?" I whispered, not taking my eyes off it. 5 voices answered variations of yes at once. "It's blue, right?" Caitlin asked, her voice trembling. "Yeah," Jake confirmed, like glowing blue. "And it's fucking huge," Devin added. He was the last to spot it, but now he was pressed against the window, knuckles white. We all started describing what we were seeing in hushed, terrified voices, confirming with each other that we were all witnessing the exact same thing. The being, or whatever it was, had fully emerged from the tree line now and was standing at the edge of the soccer field. It wasn't moving toward us, just standing there. Its head seemed to be turning slowly, as if surveying the area. "Can it see us?" Maria whispered. No one answered because none of us knew. The figure didn't have distinguishable facial features that I could make out from that distance, just a somewhat darker concentration of blue energy where a face would be. The scariest part was how still everything else was. There were no other cars, no wind, no sounds, just 6 of us breathing heavily in a car, watching this impossible thing exist a couple 100 yards away. "Should we leave?" Sam asked, his voice cracking. "I don't want to draw attention to us," Jake replied, not moving a muscle. "What if it comes this way if we start the engine?" So we sat there, frozen. I remember my mouth was completely dry and my hands were shaking so badly I had to sit on them. Time seemed to stretch. I don't know if we watched it for 30 seconds or 5 minutes. It felt like hours. Then, without any warning, the figure turned. It didn't turn like a person does, pivoting on their feet. It was more fluid, like its entire form just reoriented, and then it walked, or maybe glided, back toward the trees. Its movements were smooth but unnatural, not quite matching how a human walks. Each step it took covered more ground than should have been possible, almost like it was partially floating. When it reached the edge of the forest, it paused for a moment. I swear it felt like it turned to look directly at our car, though I couldn't see eyes or a face. A cold feeling washed over me, like being submerged in ice water. Then it stepped back into the trees and was gone. The blue glow dimmed and disappeared as it vanished into the darkness of the forest. None of us moved or spoke for at least a minute after it disappeared. I could hear everyone breathing, quick, shallow breaths. "Did that just happen?" Devin finally asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "We all saw it," Maria said. Her voice was steady, but I could see her hands shaking. "We all fucking saw the same thing." Jake started the engine so abruptly that all of us jumped. He threw the car into reverse and peeled out of there so fast that gravel sprayed everywhere. No one protested or told him to slow down. We wanted to be as far away from that place as possible. On the drive back to town, we tried to make sense of what we'd seen. We questioned each other about details. How tall did you think it was? Did you see a face? Did it seem to be looking at us? We all described the same thing, a transparent blue humanoid figure about 7 or 8 feet tall that moved in a way that wasn't quite human. Maybe it was a projection or a hologram, Sam suggested, but we all knew that made no sense. Who would set up a high-tech hologram projector in the woods behind our town's soccer fields? And holograms don't move with that kind of fluidity and presence. "Could it have been the Northern Lights or something?" Caitlin offered. But we shot that down too. The Northern Lights don't form perfect humanoid shapes and don't appear and disappear between trees. By the time Jake dropped each of us off at our houses, we'd agreed to talk again the next day when we'd had time to process. I didn't sleep at all that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that blue figure standing at the edge of the woods. The next day, we met at Maria's house. In the daylight, with distance from the event, I half expected someone to laugh it off or admit they hadn't really seen anything. But one by one, we all described exactly the same thing again. 6 people, all seeing an identical impossible thing. We went back to the soccer fields that afternoon, half terrified of returning but needing to see if there was any evidence. Of course there wasn't. No footprints, no disturbed vegetation, nothing to suggest anything unusual had happened there. We checked for projectors or lights hidden in the trees. Nothing. Over the next few weeks, we researched everything we could think of: atmospheric phenomena, rare natural events, optical illusions. We found nothing that could explain what we'd all seen. We told a few trusted friends and family members, but the reactions were predictable. Concerned looks, suggestions that maybe we'd been drinking more than we admitted, or that one person had suggested they saw something and the power of suggestion had affected the rest of us. But that's not what happened. We all saw it independently, described the same details without prompting each other, and the feeling I had, that cold electric sensation when it seemed to look at us, that wasn't suggestion. That was real. I've spent 3 years trying to find an explanation. I've talked to a professor who studies theoretical physics, who suggested it could have been some kind of interdimensional being or energy manifestation, but even he admitted that was pure speculation. I've gone through countless paranormal forums and accounts of strange sightings, but nothing matches exactly what we saw. Jake, Maria, and I still talk about it sometimes. The others prefer not to discuss it anymore. Devin actually gets angry if you bring it up. I think it bothers him that he can't explain it. Sam moved away for college and rarely comes back to town. Caitlin is the only one who's fully embraced the experience, getting really into theoretical physics and quantum mechanics, trying to find scientific explanations for what we saw. As for me, I just want to understand. I want to know what it was and why it was there. I want to know if anyone else has ever seen something similar. Most of all, I want confirmation that 6 people couldn't all have the exact same hallucination at the exact same time. So if you've seen something like this, a tall, transparent blue humanoid figure that moves in a way that's not quite human, please tell me, or if you have any theories that go beyond the usual explanations, I'd love to hear them, because 3 years later, I still look over my shoulder whenever I'm near those woods after dark, wondering if it's still out there and if someday it might do more than just look. Buntit. Story 6. I still can't sleep properly even though it's been 7 years. Every time I see an elderly person with their thumb out on the highway, I feel my stomach drop and my hands go clammy on the steering wheel. I haven't picked up a hitchhiker since that night in 2016, and I never will again. My best friend Sarah and I had this crazy idea to drive cross-country after junior year finals. We were 21, broke, and desperate for adventure before we had to buckle down for senior year. The plan was simple: a Honda Civic, a cooler full of snacks, some cheap motels, and the open road from California to New York. We'd been planning it for months, saving up from our part-time jobs and mapping out all the cheesy roadside attractions we wanted to see. 5 days into our trip, things were going perfectly. We'd seen the Grand Canyon, taken stupid photos at 4 Corners, and eaten the best green chile in New Mexico. I remember feeling so free, like we were in one of those coming-of-age movies where the protagonists discover themselves on the road. It was my turn to drive that afternoon. Sarah had pulled an all-nighter the day before to get us through Colorado, so she was passed out in the passenger seat with her hoodie pulled over her face. The radio was playing some local country station, and I was fighting to stay alert as we cruised through endless farmland somewhere in Kansas or Nebraska. Honestly, it all started to blur together. That's when I spotted him. An elderly man, maybe 70-something, standing at the side of the highway with his thumb out. He had a small duffel bag at his feet and was wearing this beige windbreaker that looked too thin for the cool spring weather. Something about him reminded me of my grandfather, the way he stood so straight despite his age, like someone who'd spent his life working with his hands. I know it sounds stupid now, but I slowed down without really thinking. We were in the middle of nowhere, and the next town was at least 30 miles away according to our GPS. It was starting to drizzle, and all I could think was that this old man was someone's grandpa standing in the rain, so I pulled over. Sarah didn't even stir as I stopped the car. The old man hustled over, moving quicker than I expected, and I rolled down my window. "Where you headed?" I asked. "East," he said with a warm smile that crinkled his entire face. "Name's Earl. Just trying to get to the next town before the storm hits." I looked at the darkening sky and felt a drop of rain hit my arm through the window. "We're heading that way. Hop in." Earl thanked me profusely as he climbed into the back seat, placing his duffel bag beside him. He was so polite, so careful not to wake Sarah as he shut the door. I remember thinking he seemed like such a gentleman, someone from a generation where manners still mattered. For the first hour, Sarah slept, and Earl and I just chatted quietly. He told me he was a widower, that his wife had died 3 years ago from cancer. He was traveling to see his daughter in Ohio, but wasn't in any particular hurry. There was something so sad about the way he talked about his wife, like he was still carrying her with him. "When you've been with someone for 47 years, he told me, they never really leave you. Sometimes I still set out 2 coffee cups in the morning. I remember feeling my throat tighten when he said that. My parents had divorced when I was 12, and I'd grown up skeptical about lasting relationships. Earl's story touched me. This old-school love that persisted beyond death. When Sarah finally woke up, she was understandably startled to find someone in our back seat. I quickly explained the situation, and though she gave me one of her "seriously, Jessica" looks, she was polite to Earl. That was Sarah, cautious but kind. The 3 of us actually hit it off as afternoon faded to evening. Earl had this way of telling stories that made you lean in. He told us about growing up in the 60s, about road trips he'd taken with his wife in their younger days. We stopped for dinner at a roadside diner, and Earl insisted on paying for our meals despite our protests. "You girls remind me of my daughter when she was your age," he said. "Let an old man have the pleasure of treating you." It was getting late, and we still had hours to go before reaching our planned stop. The storm was picking up too, sheets of rain pounding the windshield and making visibility terrible. When we passed a sign for a motel just off the next exit, Sarah suggested we stop for the night. "Earl, do you want us to drop you somewhere?" I asked, realizing we hadn't discussed how far we were taking him. He looked out at the rain and sighed. "I was hoping to make it to Colby tonight, but this weather, I should probably find a place to hunker down too." That's when I made the suggestion that still haunts me. "Why don't you just get a room at the same motel? We can continue east together tomorrow." Sarah shot me another look, but Earl seemed so relieved by the offer that she didn't object. We pulled into the Lazy Pine Motel, one of those single-story U-shaped places with doors that opened directly to the parking lot. The neon vacancy sign buzzed and flickered in the rain. The night clerk gave us 2 rooms, one for Sarah and me, and one for Earl, 3 doors down. Earl thanked us again for our kindness as we walked to our rooms, the rain soaking through our hoodies as we dashed across the parking lot. "Would you girls like to join me for a nightcap?" Earl asked as we reached our doors. "I've got a flask of bourbon in my bag, helps me sleep on the road." I was about to accept when Sarah spoke up. "Actually, we should probably get some rest. Early start tomorrow, right, Jess?" I nodded, though I felt a little bad turning him down. "Rain check for tomorrow, Earl." Of course. You young ladies need your beauty sleep. Not that either of you need it." He smiled and gave us a little wave before heading to his room. Once inside our room, Sarah immediately turned to me. "Jess, what the hell? We don't know anything about this guy." "He's like 75, Sarah. What's he going to do?" "That's not the point. We're 2 young women alone on the road. We can't just pick up random strangers." I rolled my eyes. "He reminds me of my grandpa, okay? And he lost his wife. He's lonely." Sarah didn't push it further, but I could tell she was uncomfortable. We unpacked a few things for the night, and I claimed the first shower. The motel bathroom was dingy but clean enough, with those tiny shampoo bottles that never quite contain enough product. I was toweling off my hair when I heard a knock at our door. Through the bathroom door, I heard Sarah answer it. Earl's voice floated in. "Sorry to bother you ladies, but my room's got a problem with the heater. It's blowing cold air, and the office says there's no one to fix it tonight. I was wondering if I might trouble you to use your phone. Mine's dead, and I want to call my daughter to let her know where I am." I came out of the bathroom to find Earl standing just inside our door. He looked harmless enough, but something had changed in his demeanor. His friendly smile seemed fixed, almost practiced now. "The office has a phone," Sarah pointed out, clearly trying to be helpful while keeping some boundaries. "They're closed up for the night, just left a key drop," Earl explained. "Young fella said he had to run home for a family emergency." I grabbed my phone from the nightstand and handed it to Earl. "Here, you can use mine." "Thank you, Jessica. You're a lifesaver." The way he said my name made my skin prickle slightly. I didn't remember telling him my full name, just Jess. Earl sat on the edge of the bed nearest the door, Sarah's bed, and dialed a number. He spoke briefly to someone he called Honey, explaining where he was and that he'd be delayed due to the storm. The conversation seemed normal enough, but something felt off. I couldn't place it then, but looking back, his side of the conversation was oddly one-sided, like he was performing. After hanging up, Earl didn't make any move to leave. Instead, he started telling us more about his family. This time, his stories took a darker turn. "It's a terrible thing to lose your family," he said, staring at the rainy window. "A terrible, empty thing." "I thought you said you were going to visit your daughter," Sarah asked, her voice careful. Earl's eyes snapped back to her. Yes, of course. But the others, you see, the ones I lost." A heavy silence fell over the room. Outside, thunder cracked, making me jump. "I should probably go," Earl finally said, standing up. "Thank you for the phone, Jessica." As he handed back my phone, his fingers lingered on mine just a second too long. His hand was ice cold. "Are there any other motels in walking distance?" he asked casually. "Since my heater's broken." Before I could answer, Sarah jumped in. "There's nothing for miles. Maybe the office will be open again soon." Earl nodded slowly. "Maybe so. You girls lock your door tight tonight. There are lost souls on nights like these." After he left, Sarah immediately locked and chained the door. "Jess, that guy is creeping me out. What did he mean by lost souls?" I tried to laugh it off, but I felt uneasy too. He's just old and weird. Probably has some superstitions about storms. We tried to settle in for the night, but neither of us could relax. The rain pounded harder and the wind howled around the building's corners. Sarah kept checking the door lock, and I found myself jumping at every sound. Around 1 in the morning, I finally drifted off into a fitful sleep. I'm not sure how long I was out when a soft voice woke me. "Jessica. Jessica?" I opened my eyes to find Earl sitting on the edge of my bed. The room was dark except for the occasional flash of lightning through the curtains. I couldn't see Sarah in the other bed. I jerked upright, my heart hammering. "How did you get in here?" My voice came out in a terrified whisper. "The lost souls are coming," Earl whispered urgently, his face inches from mine. "They always find me, and now they'll find you too. You've been so kind to me, Jessica, so kind, like all the others." I couldn't move, couldn't scream. Where was Sarah? The bathroom door was closed, and I could see a sliver of light underneath it. "Please be in there, Sarah," I thought desperately. "What others?" I managed to ask, trying to keep him talking while I figured out what to do. Earl smiled, and in the flash of lightning, his expression looked almost hungry. "The kind ones, the ones who stop, the ones who care about an old man on the road, the ones who don't make it where they're going." A loud knock at the door made us both jump. "Police! Open up!" Earl's face contorted with rage. "Don't answer it. They're not really police. They're the lost ones, coming back for me." I scrambled off the bed as Earl tried to grab my arm. Another sharp knock. "Jessica, are you in there? It's the police!" A male voice called through the door. I lunged for the door, fumbling with the chain with shaking hands. Earl moved with surprising speed for an old man, but I managed to get the door open first. 2 uniformed officers stood in the rain, flashlights in hand. Behind them, I could see Sarah wrapped in a blanket, sitting in a police cruiser. "Are you all right, miss?" one officer asked, pushing past me into the room. Earl backed away, but there was nowhere to go. "They found me," he muttered, his eyes wild. "They always find me." The next few hours were a blur. Sarah had woken up to use the bathroom and noticed Earl standing over my bed, just watching me sleep. She'd slipped out the door while he was distracted and run to the office, where the night clerk had returned and called the police. As they put Earl in handcuffs, one of the officers pulled me aside. "We've been looking for this guy for weeks. 3 hitchhikers have been attacked along I-70 in the past month. 2 women and a man. The last victim mentioned an elderly man who offered them a ride. I felt my knees go weak. But he was hitchhiking. I picked him up." The officer nodded grimly. "That's his new approach, apparently. After the warnings about accepting rides went out, he changed tactics. Now he gets people to pick him up instead. They found his duffel bag in our room. He'd somehow brought it in while we were asleep. Inside were 3 wallets that didn't belong to him, a hunting knife, and several prescription bottles with different names on them. They wouldn't tell us what else was in there, but from the officers' faces, it was bad. As they took Earl away, he looked back at me from the police car window. Even from across the parking lot, illuminated only by flashing police lights, I could see him smiling. Not the grandfatherly smile from earlier, but something else entirely, something that knew exactly what it was. I haven't been able to drive alone at night since then. Sarah and I finished our trip, but it wasn't the same. We spent the rest of the journey checking our rearview mirrors, locking our doors at gas stations, and jumping at shadows. We never picked up another hitchhiker. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night feeling like someone is sitting on the edge of my bed, whispering about lost souls, and I wonder how close I came to becoming one of them. Story 7. I've been sitting on this experience for almost 2 years now. I still can't explain what happened to me on Highway 101, and honestly, I'm not sure I want to know. But I need to get this off my chest because it's eating me alive, and maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. It was supposed to be a simple road trip. I'd just finished a contract job in Portland and had about 3 weeks before starting my new position in San Francisco. Rather than flying down, I decided to drive and take the scenic route along Highway 101. I've always loved the Pacific coastline, those dramatic cliffs, the misty forests, the way the ocean stretches out endlessly. I thought it would clear my head. I left Portland around 9 in the morning. The weather was perfect, sunny but not too hot, with just enough clouds to keep the glare down. I had my playlist going, a thermos of coffee, and was genuinely enjoying myself for the first few hours. I stopped for lunch at this little seafood shack with a view of the ocean, had some amazing fish tacos, topped off my gas tank, and got back on the road around 2 in the afternoon. That's when things started getting weird. I was using my phone's GPS, and it had been working fine all morning, but around 3 hours into my afternoon drive, it started glitching. The blue dot showing my location would jump around, sometimes showing me miles out in the ocean, sometimes deep inland. I wasn't too worried. Cell reception can be spotty along the coast, so I figured I'd just follow the road signs. Highway 101 is pretty straightforward after all. Except the road signs started disappearing. At first I didn't notice because I wasn't actively looking for them, but when I realized I hadn't seen a mile marker or a town name for at least half an hour, I started paying more attention. Nothing. No signs indicating distances to upcoming towns, no speed limit signs, nothing showing highway numbers. Just the empty road stretching ahead. I checked my phone again. No signal at all now. The GPS app had completely frozen. I wasn't too worried yet, but it was definitely strange. I figured I'd stop at the next gas station and ask for directions, or at least confirm I was still on the right track. When I finally saw a gas station ahead, I felt relieved. It was this old-fashioned place with just 2 pumps. Looked like it was from the 80s or something. No other cars around, but the open sign was lit, so I pulled in. The place seemed deserted. I went inside, called out, but nobody answered. The shelves had some dusty products, and behind the counter was this yellowed calendar. I'm not kidding. It was from 1993, open to June. The place looked like it had been abandoned for decades, yet the electricity was working, and the door was unlocked. That's when the first real chill went down my spine. Something was seriously off. I got back in my car and kept driving. I told myself there had to be a town coming up soon, somewhere I could ask for help or at least get my bearings. But as the miles stretched on, there was nothing. No towns, no turnoffs, no other cars, just the endless ribbon of Highway 101 winding through increasingly dense forest. What really freaked me out was the sun. It was late afternoon when I stopped at that gas station, but 2 hours later, it was still in exactly the same position in the sky. The shadows hadn't moved. The light hadn't changed. It was like time had stopped, but I was still moving through it. Even stranger, my gas gauge hadn't budged. I'd been driving for hours since filling up, but the needle still pointed to full. At first I thought it was broken, but all the other dashboard indicators were working fine. The forest on either side of the highway was getting thicker and darker. The trees seemed to lean over the road, creating this tunnel effect. I started feeling claustrophobic, like the forest was closing in on me. The road kept winding, with blind curves that made me slow down, even though there weren't any other cars. That's when I first saw it, the abandoned car. It was an old blue sedan, probably from the 90s, pulled halfway onto the shoulder. All its windows were shattered, and the driver's side door hung open. The seats inside were torn up like something had clawed at them. I slowed down as I passed it, feeling a weird sense of dread. There was no one around, no sign of what had happened to the driver. I kept going, trying to convince myself it was just an abandoned wreck. But about 20 minutes later, after several turns and hills, I saw it again. The exact same car, in the exact same position. Same blue paint, same shattered windows, same torn seats. I'm not ashamed to admit I panicked a bit. I pulled over and tried to calm down. This was impossible. I must have somehow looped back on the same stretch of road, I told myself. Maybe there was a detour I'd missed, but I hadn't seen any turn-offs or alternate routes. Just the endless highway. I decided to turn around and head back the way I came. Maybe I could find that gas station again, figure out where I'd gone wrong. I made a U-turn and drove back. After about 15 minutes, I saw the blue car again. Coming from the opposite direction, it was still on the right side of the road, which made no sense. If I'd turned around, it should have been on my left. I kept driving anyway, determined to find my way back to civilization. But the road just kept winding through the forest. No matter which direction I went, no matter which fork I took when the rare alternative appeared, I'd eventually end up passing that same abandoned blue car. By the third time I passed it, I was seriously freaking out. The sun still hadn't moved in the sky, my gas gauge still read full, and my phone was completely dead now. Not just no signal, but powered off and wouldn't turn back on. I tried a dirt road that branched off from the highway, hoping it might lead somewhere different. It wound through the trees for a few miles before suddenly emerging back onto the highway, right in front of that damn blue car again. But this time, something had changed. Somehow, in the time it took me to drive that dirt road, night had fallen. Not gradually like a normal sunset, it was like someone had flipped a switch. The sky went from that frozen late afternoon light to pitch black. And there, standing beside the abandoned car, was a figure. It's hard to describe what I saw. It was tall, much taller than any normal person, maybe 7 or 8 feet. Thin too, with limbs that seemed too long and jointed in the wrong places. I couldn't make out many details in the darkness, but what I could see didn't look right. The proportions were all wrong, like someone had stretched a human figure like taffy, and it was staring directly at me. I didn't even think. I threw my car into reverse and started backing away as fast as I could. In my rearview mirror, the road behind me seemed clear. But then I checked it again, and the figure was there, right behind my car, impossibly close. It hadn't moved. It had just appeared there. I slammed on the brakes and shifted to drive, flooring the accelerator. My headlights illuminated the empty road ahead, that abandoned car nowhere in sight now. I was driving faster than I should have on that winding road, but I was beyond caring about safety at that point. Then my headlights flickered once, twice, and went out completely. My dashboard lights followed, leaving me in total darkness. The engine sputtered and died. I coasted to a stop in the middle of the highway, surrounded by nothing but the oppressive darkness of the forest. The silence was absolute. No crickets, no wind in the trees, nothing. Just dead silence. Until I heard it. Footsteps on the asphalt circling my car. Slow, deliberate steps. Not the sound of shoes, but something else, like bare feet, but too heavy. Too wrong. I sat frozen in my seat, afraid to move, afraid to breathe. The footsteps circled once, twice, then stopped right outside my driver's side window. I couldn't see anything through the glass. It was too dark, but I could feel something there, watching me. Then a face pressed against my window. God, that face. Pale, almost luminous in the darkness. Black, empty holes where the eyes should be, and that smile, stretched too wide across its face, filled with teeth that looked filed to points. I screamed. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I screamed until my throat was raw, and then I must have passed out because the next thing I remember is waking up to sunlight. My car was parked on the shoulder of Highway 101, just outside a small coastal town. My phone was working again, showing it was 9 in the morning. According to the date, I'd only been driving for one day. Not the eternity it had felt like. Everything seemed normal. There were other cars on the road, people going about their business in the town visible down the hill. My gas gauge showed 3/4 full, reasonable for how far I'd driven. I drove into town and stopped at a diner, asked the waitress where I was, trying to sound casual. She gave me the name of a small town in Oregon, about halfway to California. Everything she said checked out. Everything seemed right, but it wasn't. Because when I went to the bathroom to splash water on my face, I noticed them. 3 long, thin scratches down the back of my neck that hadn't been there before, and in my jacket pocket, a scrap of blue fabric that looked like it came from a car seat. I drove straight home after that, not to San Francisco, but back to Portland, called the new job and made up an emergency. I haven't driven on Highway 101 since then. Actually, I don't drive at night anywhere anymore. Sometimes in my dreams, I still hear those footsteps circling my car, and sometimes, just for a split second when I check my rearview mirror, I see that abandoned blue car in the distance waiting for me to return. I don't know what happened to me on Highway 101 that day. I don't know if it was some kind of hallucination or something else, but I know it was real, and I know whatever was out there is still waiting. Story 8. I've never been the type of person to believe in ghosts or demons or any of that supernatural stuff. I'm about as skeptical as they come. An atheist, through and through. Science has always been my thing. Rational explanations, logical thinking. But what happened to me last summer in my grandmother's basement in Pineville, I still can't explain it. I've tried for months to make sense of it, and I just can't. My girlfriend Amber and I were staying at my grandma's place while visiting family for a week. Grandma lives in this old house from the 1960s. Nothing fancy, just your typical suburban home with wood paneling and that musty old house smell. She insisted we take her room upstairs, but we didn't want to displace her, so we set up in the finished basement instead. It had a pull-out sofa bed and its own bathroom, so it was perfect for us. The basement was always colder than the rest of the house. Not uncomfortably cold, just noticeably cooler. That night we went down around 11. Amber fell asleep pretty quickly. She always does. I stayed up scrolling through my phone for about an hour, just the usual mindless stuff. Reddit, Instagram, whatever. Nothing unusual about the night at all. Nothing that would explain what came next. It was around midnight when I finally put my phone down on the side table, plugged it in to charge, and turned it off. The basement was completely dark, except for the tiny red light from the TV in the corner and the faint glow coming from under the bathroom door where we'd left a nightlight on. I remember checking to make sure Amber was still asleep beside me. She was breathing deeply, completely out. I closed my eyes and tried to fall asleep. That's when it started. At first, there was this sudden wave of comfort. Not just regular comfort like when you sink into a soft bed, but this overwhelming, unnatural feeling of euphoria. It washed over me from head to toe, like being submerged in warm water. I remember thinking, wow, this feels amazing, but also, this doesn't feel right. Along with this bizarre comfort came this sound. It started as a low-frequency hum in my left ear. Not painful, not even annoying. It was almost pleasant. Then in my right ear, a slower ringing began. The weird part was how they weren't in sync. The left ear hum was faster, more insistent, while the right ear ring was slower, steadier, and the faster the sounds got, the more intense that feeling of comfort became. I tried to open my eyes, and that's when I realized I already had them open. I was staring straight ahead into the darkness of the basement, but I wasn't seeing the basement anymore. I was seeing other rooms in the house, rooms I shouldn't have been able to see from where I was lying. The living room upstairs, the kitchen, the hallway leading to my grandma's bedroom. Each room appeared in my vision for a few seconds before switching to another, like someone was flipping through channels on a TV. But the rooms weren't empty. In the center of each room was a figure, not solid, more like a silhouette, pale, fuzzy around the edges, almost static-like, just standing there, not moving, just existing in the center of each room. I couldn't make out any features. It was like someone had taken an eraser and smudged out a person-shaped hole in reality. The images kept cycling through, faster and faster. Living room, kitchen, hallway, bedroom, back to living room. And with each cycle, that figure became a little more defined, a little more there. The humming and ringing in my ears intensified, syncing up with the speed of the changing images. Then, without warning, everything changed. The euphoria vanished, replaced by the most intense terror I've ever felt. It wasn't gradual, it was like a switch had been flipped. 1 second I was floating in this weird comfort, and the next I was drowning in fear. My chest tightened, my heart started racing so fast I thought it would explode. I couldn't breathe, and then I felt it, this pressure inside my skull, like my brain was being squeezed in a vice. Not a headache. This was different. This was like something was physically compressing my brain from all sides. I tried to move, to wake Amber up, to do anything, but I couldn't. My body wouldn't respond. I was completely paralyzed. I could still see, still think, still feel everything happening to me, but I couldn't move a single muscle, not even to blink. The room images disappeared, and I was back to seeing just the dark basement, but the paralysis remained. That pressure in my head intensified. I was screaming inside my mind, but nothing was coming out of my mouth. I've had sleep paralysis before, a handful of times in college during finals week when I was stressed and sleep deprived. But this was different. With sleep paralysis, I always knew what was happening. I could rationalize it. This wasn't that. I was fully awake when it started. I hadn't been drifting off to sleep. And the visions, the sounds, that brain-squeezing sensation, none of that had ever been part of my sleep paralysis episodes. The pressure in my head became unbearable. It felt like my brain was being crushed into a smaller and smaller space. I thought I was dying. I genuinely believed that whatever was happening was killing me, and all the while I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't do anything but endure it. I don't know how long it lasted. Time felt meaningless. It could have been minutes or hours. But eventually, something shifted. The pressure began to ease ever so slightly. The terror remained, but that physical sensation of my brain being compressed started to fade. Then all at once I could move again. The paralysis broke, and my entire body convulsed. I sat up, gasping for air, my lungs burning like I'd been holding my breath underwater for too long. My whole body was shaking uncontrollably. Not shivering from cold, but violent tremors that I couldn't stop. Sweat soaked through my t-shirt even though the basement was cool. I looked over at Amber, who was somehow still asleep despite my movement. In that moment, I felt an overwhelming need to get out of that basement, not just a desire, a primal necessity. We needed to get out of there now. I shook Amber awake. She was groggy, confused, asking what was wrong. I couldn't bring myself to explain what had just happened. I didn't have words for it, and even if I did, I was afraid she'd think I was crazy or having some kind of mental breakdown. So I lied. I told her I thought I heard someone trying to get in upstairs. That was enough to get her moving. We grabbed our pillows and a blanket and went upstairs to the living room. I told my grandmother the same lie the next morning when she found us sleeping on her couch. She seemed concerned but not suspicious. I spent the rest of that visit avoiding the basement at all costs, making up excuses whenever anyone suggested we sleep down there again. It's been 7 months since that night, and I still can't explain what happened. The feeling of my brain being compressed was so real, so physical, that sometimes I still feel phantom sensations of it, especially when I'm falling asleep. That's the part that's hardest to shake. It wasn't just a hallucination or a bad dream. My brain physically hurt for days afterward, like it was bruised. I've researched everything I could think of. Carbon monoxide poisoning, the house had detectors, seizure. I've never had one before or since. Some weird form of sleep paralysis, maybe, but I was definitely awake when it started, and the progression doesn't match any account I've ever read. The rational part of me wants to believe there's a scientific explanation. Maybe it was some kind of complex migraine or a mini-stroke or some neurological glitch. But another part of me, a part I didn't even know existed before that night, wonders if there was something in that basement, something that wanted me to see it, something that could reach inside my head and squeeze. I haven't been back to my grandmother's house since then. I make excuses when family gatherings happen there. Nobody understands why. How could they? I barely understand it myself. All I know is that I was totally fine one minute, and the next, I was experiencing something that defies everything I believe about reality. I don't believe in ghosts, I don't believe in the supernatural, but I also don't believe my brain could fabricate something so visceral, so physical, so utterly terrifying without some external cause. Sometimes I lie awake at night and wonder what would have happened if I'd stayed paralyzed just a little longer. Would those figures in the rooms have become clearer? Would they have moved closer? Would that pressure in my brain have continued until something broke? I don't want to find out, but sometimes I'm afraid I will, that whatever happened that night isn't finished with me, that someday, anywhere, anytime, I'll feel that wave of euphoria wash over me again, hear that humming and ringing start up in my ears, and know that it's coming back to finish what it started. Story 9. I've debated for weeks whether to even write this down. I'm not looking for advice or solutions. It's been 3 years and nothing's happened since. I just need to get this off my chest because it still keeps me up some nights. I've never told anyone outside my immediate circle. I moved to Ravenhollow about 3 years ago after having surgery to remove a tumor from my thyroid. The recovery wasn't too bad physically, but mentally I was a mess. The doctors had initially been concerned it might be cancerous, and even though it turned out benign, the whole ordeal left me with pretty severe anxiety. My partner Alex and I decided a change of scenery might help, so we found this little cottage on the outskirts of town about 20 minutes from the coast. It was quaint and isolated, which at first seemed perfect for my recovery. Alex had landed a good job at a tech firm in the nearest city, but the commute meant they were gone 12 to 14 hours a day. I was alone a lot. I had quit my job during my health scare, planning to look for something new once we settled, but instead found myself drifting through empty days in an unfamiliar place. The fog in Ravenhollow is no joke. It rolls in most evenings and doesn't burn off until mid-morning, making the place feel even more isolated. One night, about 2 months after we moved in, I couldn't sleep. Alex was snoring beside me, and I slipped out of bed and went to the living room with my laptop. I started browsing random forums and websites, clicking through links in that zombie-like state you get into during late-night internet rabbit holes. I ended up on this website called Spirit Keepers. I'd never heard of spirit keeping before, but apparently it's this practice where people claim to summon spirits and bind them to physical objects, jewelry, statues, whatever. The site had this marketplace vibe where experienced conjurers offered spirits for adoption. I rolled my eyes at first, thinking it was just another scam targeting the desperate and gullible, but something kept me scrolling. Maybe it was the isolation, or the fog pressing against the windows, or just my post-surgery brain playing tricks, but I found myself drawn to one particular listing. It was for a vampire spirit, not like Dracula or anything. The description said it was a spirit that feeds on other spirits. The listing had this image that I still see when I close my eyes. A swirling mass of brown-red tones, like someone had taken a photo of dirty water spinning down a drain, but with this weird sepia filter. It wasn't scary exactly, just unsettling. The amorphous shape seemed to be constantly shifting even though it was just a still image. The listing claimed this spirit was ancient and protective, but needed an experienced keeper. The price was ridiculous, like $300, which made me laugh. Who pays hundreds for a JPEG and some bullshit story? Still, I bookmarked it to show Alex later as a joke. I finally felt tired enough to sleep around 3 in the morning. I shut my laptop without closing the tab and went back to bed. The next day was normal. I did some light cleaning, watched Netflix, called my mom. Around 6 in the evening, I heard Alex's car in the driveway. I was excited to show them the Weird Spirit website, thinking we could have a good laugh about it. The moment Alex walked in, I knew something was wrong. They looked pale and jittery, kept glancing around the room like they were searching for something. Alex has always been sensitive to energies or vibes or whatever you want to call it. I've never really shared that sensitivity, but I've seen enough evidence over our years together to know it's real. "What's wrong?" I asked, immediately concerned. Alex put down their bag and kept looking around. "There's something here." I felt that cold drop in my stomach. "What do you mean?" "I don't know. I felt it as soon as I turned onto our road. Something's watching." They looked directly at me then, and their expression made my skin crawl. "It's watching you, Jules, like a cat watches a bug." I tried to laugh it off, but it came out all wrong. "You're being dramatic. It's just been a long day." Alex shook their head. "Number, this is different." They walked through the house, stopping at corners, staring into empty spaces. When they reached our bedroom, they stopped dead in the doorway. "It's strongest in here," they whispered. I followed, feeling increasingly uneasy. Our bedroom looked exactly as I'd left it that morning. Bed made, curtains open to let in the fading daylight. But Alex was staring at the mirror on our dresser like it contained something horrifying. "Can you see it?" I asked, my voice small. "Not exactly see, more like sense. It's like a shadow, but brown, reddish brown." The description hit me like a bucket of ice water. I immediately thought of the image on the website. "Wait here," I said, hurrying to get my laptop. I opened it, and the Spirit Keeper's website was still there. I scrolled to find the vampire spirit listing and showed it to Alex. Their face went completely white. "That's it. That's exactly what I'm sensing." "How do you know about this?" I explained my late-night browsing, feeling increasingly stupid and scared. "I didn't buy it or anything. I just looked at the website." "When was this?" "Last night, around 2 in the morning." Alex sat down heavily on the couch. "It followed you from the website. Or rather, it recognized your interest as an invitation." "That's ridiculous," I said, but my voice was shaking. "How can clicking on a website invite something into our home?" "Intent matters in these things," Alex said quietly. "You were interested. That was enough." I closed the laptop and set it aside, suddenly not wanting to touch it. "So what do we do?" Alex thought for a moment. "I'm going to take the cats to the spare room. I don't think it means harm necessarily, but it's hungry. Not for us, for something else. But we should address it directly." While Alex rounded up our 2 cats, who had been acting strangely all day now that I thought about it, I tried to remember anything useful I might know about dealing with unwanted spirits, which was basically nothing. When Alex returned, they helped me set up an impromptu ritual. We didn't have real candles, so we used one of those battery-powered ones. Alex suggested I be the one to address the entity since it had attached to me. I felt ridiculous sitting cross-legged on our living room floor in front of a fake candle, but also terrified. The air in the room felt thick, like the moment before a thunderstorm. "Focus on the energy you feel," Alex instructed, sitting opposite me. "Ask yes or no questions. You'll know the answers by how the energy shifts." I closed my eyes, feeling stupid but desperate. "Is there a spirit here with us?" I asked aloud. The temperature around me seemed to drop several degrees instantly. I opened my eyes and looked at Alex, who nodded grimly. "Are you the spirit from the website? The vampire spirit?" Another drop in temperature. I was shivering now. "Did you follow me because I looked at your listing?" The battery-powered candle flickered, which should have been impossible. "Do you mean us harm?" This time the energy felt different, less cold, more neutral. Alex interpreted this as a no. "What does it want?" I whispered to Alex. "Ask it directly." I took a deep breath. "What do you want from me?" The mirror on the wall across from us suddenly fogged over, as if someone had breathed on it. In the condensation, a smudge appeared, not words or a clear image, just a vague brownish stain that hadn't been there before. "It feeds on energy," Alex said quietly. "Not human energy, spirit energy. It probably thought you were offering yourself as a host, a place where it could stay and feed on passing energies." The idea made me feel sick. "I don't want that. I don't want you here," I said firmly to the empty air. "I made a mistake. I didn't understand, and I didn't invite you intentionally." The air grew colder again. "You need to be respectful but firm," Alex whispered. "Acknowledge it, but set boundaries." I nodded, trying to steady my voice. "I recognize your power and your nature," I said to the presence. "But this is not your home, and I am not your keeper. I respectfully ask you to leave and return to where you came from." For a moment, nothing happened. Then the battery-powered candle went completely dark. The temperature in the room returned to normal so suddenly that it felt like my ears had popped. Alex and I sat in silence for several minutes. "Is it gone?" I finally asked. Alex nodded slowly. "I think so." It understood. I immediately grabbed my laptop, deleted my account on the website, and blocked the URL in our browser settings. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely type. That night, neither of us slept. We sat up with all the lights on, jumping at every creak of the house settling, but nothing happened. The presence seemed truly gone. Over the next few days, things returned to normal. The cats came out of hiding. The mirror stopped fogging up for no reason. Alex stopped looking over their shoulder constantly, but something had changed for me. I'd always been skeptical about supernatural stuff, rolling my eyes at ghost stories. Now I found myself jumping at shadows, avoiding mirrors at night, and sleeping with a nightlight for the first time since childhood. It's been 3 years since that night. We've moved away from Ravenhollow to a brighter, busier city. I haven't experienced anything strange since then, but I still think about it. How easily something crossed over into our lives, all because I casually browsed a website out of boredom. What haunts me isn't the vampire spirit itself. It's the realization that the boundary between our world and whatever else is out there might be much thinner than we think. That perhaps all it takes is a moment of curiosity, a single click, an idle thought to open doors better left closed. Sometimes when I'm alone and catch my reflection in a mirror, I look a little longer than necessary, just to make sure there's nothing brown or reddish swirling behind me. So far, there never is, but I always check. Well, Story 10. I'm still coming to terms with what happened last night. It's been 4 years since the first encounter, but seeing that thing in my kitchen again brought everything rushing back. I've been a nervous wreck all day, so I figured writing this all down might help me process it. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can tell me what to do. I was 12 when it all started. My mom and I had just moved in with her boyfriend Rick in Richmond Heights, Missouri. It was this small, unremarkable house on a quiet street, right across from a Vietnamese church. I didn't know anyone in the neighborhood at first, but there was this kid named Marcus who lived next door. He was about my age, and we started hanging out almost immediately. One night in July, about 3 weeks after we moved in, Marcus and I were sitting outside on the front steps. It was around 11 at night, way past when we should have been inside, but Rick was working nights and my mom had fallen asleep early. It was one of those sticky summer nights where the humidity makes your clothes cling to your skin, and we were just talking about video games and school starting soon. The church across the street had these motion sensor security lights. I remember noticing one of them suddenly flick on, and at first I didn't think anything of it. Probably just a cat or something, right? But then I saw something move, and that's when everything changed. There was this figure standing in the churchyard. At first I thought it was just someone walking by, but something about it made my skin crawl immediately. It was shaped like a person, but the proportions were all wrong. Its head seemed too big, and even from across the street, I could see that its face, it wasn't a normal face. It looked like a clown mask or maybe actual clown makeup. I couldn't tell which from the distance, but it wasn't like a cheerful birthday clown. This thing had exaggerated features that made it look menacing, even from across the street. What made it 1,000 times worse was what it was holding. In one hand, it had what looked exactly like a pistol. In the other, it had a baseball bat resting on its shoulder, casual, like someone who's about to use it. The security light caught the metal of the gun, making it glint. For what felt like forever, but was probably 20 or 30 seconds, this thing just walked back and forth across the churchyard. It moved in this weird way. Not exactly limping, but not walking normally either. Almost like it was putting on a show, performing for us. The whole time it kept the bat on its shoulder and the gun pointed down at its side. I couldn't move, I couldn't speak. I just sat there watching it pace back and forth, then it just disappeared. 1 second it was there, the next it was gone. Not like it walked away or left the light's range. It literally vanished mid-step, like it walked through some invisible door. I remember my mouth was dry as sand when I finally turned to Marcus and whispered, "Did you see that?" The look on his face told me everything before he even spoke. His eyes were wide, his face pale, even in the dim light from the street lamp. "The clown?" he whispered back. "With the gun and the bat?" My stomach dropped. Part of me had been hoping I was hallucinating, that I'd just been staring too long into the darkness and my eyes were playing tricks. But Marcus had seen it too. It was real. We both scrambled inside after that. I remember my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the door open. We didn't tell anyone. Who would believe us? I stayed up all night with every light in my room on, too scared to close my eyes. The next few weeks I was jumpy, constantly checking windows and staring at the church, but nothing happened. Eventually, I convinced myself it was some weirdo in a costume trying to scare people, even though deep down I knew that didn't explain how it vanished into thin air. About a month later, things started getting worse. I'd be in my bedroom doing homework and catch movement out of the corner of my eye, a shadow darting past my doorway. I'd run out to check, and no one would be there. My mom and Rick were both at work, and I was alone in the house. Then I started seeing it in other places. A silhouette standing at the end of the hallway when I got up to use the bathroom at night. A figure shaped like a person but not quite right, watching me from the backyard when I looked out the kitchen window. Each time I'd blink or look directly at it, and it would be gone. I never told my mum. I was afraid she'd think I was making it up for attention, or worse, that something was wrong with me mentally. I started sleeping with my desk lamp on. I'd wake up in cold sweats, convinced something was standing over my bed, watching me. We moved out of Rick's house about 8 months later when they broke up. I was secretly relieved, hoping whatever was happening would stay behind in that house. For a while, it seemed like it had. Then, last year, when I was 15, it started again. We were living in an apartment about 20 miles from Richmond Heights. I was washing dishes one night when I glanced up at the window over the sink. The reflection showed the clown standing behind me, that same baseball bat over its shoulder. I spun around so fast I dropped a plate, but nothing was there. My mom came running in because of the noise, but I blamed it on soapy hands. How could I explain what I'd seen? After that, the sightings became more frequent again. I'd see it standing in my closet when I woke up in the middle of the night, doorway partially open, that horrible clown face just watching me. I'd squeeze my eyes shut, count to 10, and when I looked again, it would be gone. Sometimes I'd hear footsteps in the hall when I was home alone, or find doors open that I was sure I'd closed. Last night was the worst it's been. I was getting a glass of water around 1 in the morning. The kitchen was dark except for the light above the stove. As I was filling my glass, I felt this presence. It's hard to describe, but it was like the air got heavier, colder. I turned around, and there it was, clear as day, standing by the refrigerator. The clown. Its face was chalk white with exaggerated red lips stretched into this grotesque smile that went almost ear to ear. The eyes were black, not just dark, but like empty holes. It was wearing some kind of dirty, old-fashioned clown outfit with ruffles around the neck that might have been white once but now looked yellowed and stained. and it had the bat over its shoulder and the gun in its other hand, just like that first night. We stared at each other for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. Then it raised the hand with the gun, not pointing it at me, just lifting it slightly, like it was showing it to me, reminding me. I dropped the glass. It shattered on the floor, and I ran. I slammed my bedroom door and pushed my dresser in front of it. I stayed huddled on my bed with all the lights on until morning. After my mom left for work today, I called Marcus. We haven't talked in over a year, but I needed to know if he'd experienced anything similar since that night. What he told me made everything 1,000 times worse. Apparently, the house we saw the clown from, Rick's house, had been renovated from a building where people had supposedly performed satanic rituals years before. Marcus said his parents found out after we moved and told him the previous owners had hung crosses and religious symbols all over the place to ward off evil before selling it to Rick. "You don't think it followed you, do you?" Marcus asked before we hung up. I didn't answer him, but I know it did. Whatever this thing is, ghost, demon, I don't know, it's attached to me somehow. It's been following me for 4 years, from house to house, watching me, scaring me. Sometimes it disappears for months at a time, making me think it's finally gone, and then it shows up again. I'm 16 now, and I still sleep with the lights on. I still check behind doors and shower curtains. I still wake up at the slightest noise, convinced that clown is standing over my bed with its bat and gun. The worst part is not knowing what it wants. If it wanted to hurt me, it's had plenty of chances, but instead, it just watches. Shows itself just enough to remind me it's there, that it hasn't forgotten about me. I've never told anyone except Marcus about this. My mom would either think I'm crazy or get worried enough to drag me to therapy. My friends would laugh it off as me trying to scare them, so I've kept it to myself all these years. But after last night, I can't keep pretending this isn't happening. That clown is still here, still watching me. I can feel its eyes on me even now as I'm writing this. Sometimes I think I hear the soft tap of a baseball bat against a shoulder, or catch a whiff of something like grease paint and rot. I don't know what to do anymore. I don't know if it will ever leave me alone. All I know is that whatever we saw that night across from the Vietnamese church wasn't human, and for some reason, it decided I was interesting enough to follow. I'm afraid to go to sleep tonight. I'm afraid of what might be waiting for me when I turn off the lights. I'm afraid that one of these days, it's going to do more than just watch. Story 11. I still can't sleep with my back to the door. It's been 15 years since everything happened, but some fears just stick with you. I've never shared this publicly before, but I need to get this off my chest. When I was 16, my family moved to Pineville. We were Cambodian refugees. My parents, grandparents, 3 siblings, 2 uncles, 2 aunts, and myself. 12 people in total. Finding affordable housing for such a large family was nearly impossible, but we finally found this pre-World War II house that was big enough and within our budget. It was our first American home purchase, and everyone was so proud. The house wasn't anything special. 3 bedrooms upstairs, 2 downstairs, a finished basement, and this weird little bomb shelter built during the Cold War era. The shelter was accessed through a heavy metal door in what became my bedroom. From day one, nobody wanted that room. Everyone said it felt off, too cold, too quiet, just wrong somehow. But being the rebellious teenager I was, I volunteered to take it. I thought everyone else was being superstitious and wanted to prove I wasn't afraid of some stupid bomb shelter. The first night was fine. I remember feeling satisfied with myself for not buying into the family's fears. But on the second night, around 3 in the morning, I woke up to the sound of the bomb shelter door creaking open. I figured it was just old hinges, so I got up, closed it, and went back to sleep. The next morning, I mentioned it casually at breakfast. My grandmother's face went pale. She asked if I was sure the door had opened by itself. When I said yes, she exchanged looks with my grandfather. They started speaking rapidly in Khmer, too fast for me to follow completely, but I caught phrases about bad spirits and disturbed places. I brushed it off. My grandparents grew up in rural Cambodia, where ghost stories were as common as rice fields. I was an American teenager with a Walkman and MTV. I wasn't about to believe in ghosts. That night, it happened again. The door swung open slowly around 3 a.m. This time I noticed how cold the room had become, like standing in front of an open freezer. I closed the door firmly and shoved my dresser in front of it. Problem solved, or so I thought. The next night I woke up to knocking. 3 distinct knocks coming from behind the dresser. Tap, tap, tap. I put my pillow over my head and eventually fell back asleep. In the morning, I moved the dresser and checked the door. It was still closed, just as I'd left it. Over the next week, the knocking continued, always starting at 3 a.m. exactly. It got louder, more insistent. Some nights it would go on for hours. I started using a portable CD player with headphones to drown out the noise. I didn't tell my family because I didn't want to give them the satisfaction of knowing I was spooked. One morning at breakfast, my sister asked why I looked so tired. Before I could answer, my uncle said, "I keep waking up at 3 for no reason. Anyone else?" One by one, everyone at the table admitted they'd been waking up at the same time. My grandmother stared at me. "The door is making noise, isn't it?" she asked. I reluctantly admitted it was. My grandmother insisted we all pray that night. She set up a small altar in the living room with incense and fruit offerings. I went through the motions to make her happy, but I still blocked the door with my dresser that night. The knocking started right on schedule, but this time it was different. Angry, violent. The dresser actually shook with each impact. It was so loud that my parents came running. Soon the entire family was crowded into my room, watching in horror as the dresser jumped with each thunderous knock. No one slept that night. We all sat in the living room, jumping at every creak and groan of the old house. Around dawn, my grandmother finally spoke. She said she needed to tell us something about the house. According to her, the house had a dark past. She claimed she could sense it the moment we moved in, but hadn't wanted to frighten anyone. She said a woman had been murdered here in the 1940s. The woman had been having an affair, and when her husband found out, he killed her in a rage. He dismembered her body and hid it in the bomb shelter, which had been recently built at that time. The wife's spirit was trapped and angry, especially when we blocked her only way out. I asked how she knew all this, and she said she had grown up near a Buddhist monastery in Cambodia. The monks had taught her to be sensitive to spiritual matters. She could feel the woman's presence and sense her story. I was skeptical, but after what we'd all witnessed, I wasn't about to argue. Grandmother said I needed to leave the door unblocked so the spirit could wander freely until we could afford to move out. I agreed immediately. For several weeks, things were better. I left the door unlatched, and while it would still swing open at night, the knocking stopped. Sometimes I'd wake up to find it open and feel cold spots moving around the room, but that was manageable compared to the violent knocking. The only problem was I couldn't sleep properly. Having that door open while I slept made me feel exposed and vulnerable. After about a month, I started closing it again. Not blocking it, just closing it. The spirit seemed okay with that arrangement for a while. Then one night, I was playing video games and getting frustrated with a level I couldn't beat. The bomb shelter door swung open, letting in a blast of cold air that made my teeth chatter. Already annoyed from the game, I got up, slammed the door shut, and for good measure slid the bolt lock that was built into the frame. "Stay in there," I shouted. "I'm trying to play my game." The knocking started immediately, not the rhythmic tapping from before, but a frantic pounding that made the whole wall vibrate. I turned up my TV to drown it out and continued playing. The pounding got louder, and suddenly the temperature dropped so dramatically that I could see my breath. The TV flickered and died, along with all the lights in the room. In the darkness, I heard a low scraping sound from behind the door. The bolt lock began to slide open on its own. I froze, unable to move as the door slowly swung open. Nothing came out, but I felt a presence, angry and cold, moving toward me. I finally broke from my paralysis and ran for the hallway, but the door slammed shut before I could reach it. Something pushed me from behind, sending me sprawling onto the floor. When I rolled over, I saw nothing, but I felt a pressure on my chest, like someone was sitting on me. The pressure increased until I could barely breathe. I tried to scream but could only manage a wheezing gasp. Just when I thought I would pass out, my grandmother burst through the door, holding burning incense and chanting in Khmer. The pressure vanished instantly. I gulped air into my lungs as my grandmother continued chanting and waving the incense around the room. She approached the bomb shelter door, which was still open, and spoke directly to it, not angrily, but with respect and firmness. The door slowly closed on its own. My grandmother turned to me, her face grave. "You made her angry," she said. "Very angry." The next day, my grandmother contacted a local Buddhist temple. Within days, 3 monks arrived to perform a cleansing ritual. They spent hours in my room and the bomb shelter, chanting and burning special incense. They sprinkled blessed water in every corner and placed protective amulets above all the doorways in the house. Before they left, the senior monk took me aside. He told me the spirit was indeed a murdered woman, but she wasn't necessarily evil, just trapped and confused. He said their ritual would help guide her toward peace, but warned that disrespecting spirits only makes them stronger and more dangerous. We lived in that house for another 2 years without incident. I kept the bomb shelter door unlocked but closed, and I never felt that oppressive presence again. Eventually, we saved enough to move to a newer house in a better neighborhood. I thought that was the end of it. I grew up, went to college, got married, and had kids of my own. Then one night, when my daughter was 3, she came into our bedroom crying. When I asked what was wrong, she said, "The scary lady with red eyes is in my closet." My blood ran cold. We lived hundreds of miles from that old house in Pineville. There was no way, but I knew. Somehow, the spirit had followed me. I called my grandmother immediately. Within a week, she had arranged for 3 Buddhist monks from different parts of the country to come to our house. One came from California, one from New York, and one from Texas. The monk from Texas was the one who finally identified the spirit and performed the ritual that sent her away for good. He told me something I'll never forget. Spirits attach themselves to people who acknowledge them, especially those who disrespect them. By cursing at her and locking her door, I had inadvertently created a connection that allowed her to find me years later. It's been peaceful since the last ritual. My daughter never mentioned the scary lady again, but I still can't sleep with my back to a door, and I never ever lock my closet. Some lessons you only need to learn once. Story 12. I still get chills thinking about that yellow house. It's been 3 years since I moved out, but I'm only just now able to talk about everything that happened there. I never believed in the paranormal before, but after what I experienced, I don't know what to believe anymore. Back in 2018, when I was 26, my girlfriend Amber and I were excited to find an affordable rental in our small town. The bright yellow house stood out in our neighborhood. Not the best area, but not terrible either. Our part of town was oddly divided by this golf course that separated the more run-down areas from the nicer sections. Our house was built in 1934, and despite being old, it had character and was within our budget. We were so happy the first few weeks. The place needed some updating, but it was spacious enough for the 2 of us, and we were just thrilled to have our own place. I remember how excited we were arranging our furniture and hanging pictures, making it feel like home. Looking back, I wish we'd paid more attention to the weird vibes from the beginning. About 3 months in, Amber started complaining about the hallway. It wasn't anything specific at first, just that she felt weird walking through it at night. The hallway connected our bedroom to the living room, and it had this old ceiling crawl space with a small access panel. I didn't think much of it. Old houses make noises and have drafts. I just figured she was being jumpy. Then came the first incident that really freaked me out. I was taking a nap on a Saturday afternoon while Amber was watching TV in the living room. I woke up to her shaking me, her face pale. "Were you just walking around the house?" she asked, her voice shaking. I was groggy and confused. "What?" "No, I've been asleep right here." She sat on the edge of the bed, visibly upset. "I swear I just saw you walk through the hallway. I even said hi, but you didn't answer." I tried to calm her down, suggesting maybe she dozed off and dreamed it. But she was adamant. She'd seen someone who looked exactly like me walk from our bedroom through the hallway and toward the kitchen. We checked the house, but of course there was no one there. I chalked it up to her imagination or a trick of the light, but something about how genuinely frightened she looked stuck with me. Life went on, and we kind of forgot about it. We both worked long hours, and the house was just where we crashed. But looking back, there were small things happening all along. Items that would disappear and reappear in strange places, lights that would turn on when we were sure we'd turned them off, and the constant feeling of being watched in certain parts of the house. About a year after moving in, my buddy Chris came to stay with us for a few weeks while he was between apartments. One night, I was outside looking for my vape that I'd left in my car. It was probably around midnight, completely dark and quiet in our neighborhood. I was leaning into my car, checking under the seats, when I heard a voice, clear as day, speak directly into my right ear. "There's that son of a bitch right there." I nearly hit my head jumping up. The voice was so close it felt like someone was standing right behind me, but when I spun around there was nobody there. Not on our lawn, not on the street, nowhere. I ran back inside, heart pounding. When I told Chris what happened, his face went white. He confessed that for the past few nights, he'd been hearing someone calling his name from behind the couch where he was sleeping. He said it sounded like someone was whispering, "Chris, Chris," but he'd been too embarrassed to mention it because he thought we'd think he was crazy. I didn't tell Amber about either incident. She'd been jumpy enough and I didn't want to make it worse. But things started escalating after that. We'd wake up to find doors open that we'd definitely closed before bed. The TV would turn on by itself in the middle of the night, and that hallway, it always felt colder than the rest of the house, no matter what season it was. A few months later, my mom came to visit us. We were sitting in the living room talking when she suddenly stopped mid-sentence, her eyes fixed on the wall behind me. When I turned to look, she grabbed my arm. "Did you see that?" she whispered. There was a black shadow moving up the wall. I hadn't seen anything. But my mom isn't the type to make things up or get spooked easily. She's a practical woman who's always scoffed at ghost stories. Seeing her rattled like that made my stomach drop. That night, after my mom had gone to bed in our spare room, Amber and I were woken up around 3 in the morning by a loud crash from the kitchen. We rushed out to find every single cabinet door standing open, a jar of Nutella smashed on the floor, and, this is the part that still makes my skin crawl, a fresh hole punched in the drywall next to the refrigerator, as if someone had slammed their fist into it in rage. My mum left the next day, clearly uncomfortable but trying not to show it. After she left, Amber broke down crying, saying she couldn't stay in the house anymore. I tried to rationalize everything. Maybe someone broke in, maybe the cabinet doors weren't closed properly and fell open, but I knew I was grasping at straws. Nothing had been stolen. All our doors and windows were locked from the inside, and the punch in the wall was at shoulder height. It would have taken significant force. Amber moved out a week later, saying she needed space. I think we both knew it was really about the house, but neither of us wanted to admit how much it had affected us. I couldn't afford the rent alone, but I also couldn't find a roommate on short notice, so I was stuck there for at least a few more months. That's when things got really bad. Living alone in that house was a nightmare. I'd wake up in the middle of the night feeling like someone was standing at the foot of my bed. Sometimes I'd feel pressure on each side of my feet, like someone sitting on the edge of the bed pressing down the mattress. I started sleeping with the lights on, but it didn't help. I'd hear footsteps in the hallway when I was home alone, not creaky floorboards or house-settling noises, distinct, deliberate footsteps. Sometimes they'd stop right outside my bedroom door, and I'd lay there, frozen, staring at the doorknob, terrified it would start to turn. About 6 months after Amber left, I started dating someone new. Her name was Tara, and she was cool and level-headed. At first, I never brought her to my place. We'd always hang out at her apartment, but eventually she wanted to see where I lived. The first few times she came over were fine. Then one night, she went to use the bathroom and came out looking shaken. She asked if I'd ever noticed anything strange about the mirror in the hallway. When I asked what she meant, she said she'd seen faces in it. Not her own reflection, but other faces, kind of superimposed over hers. I played it off, but inside I was panicking. After that, Tara started noticing more things. Cold spots, strange sounds, the feeling of being watched. She finally asked me point blank if I thought the house was haunted. I broke down and told her everything that had happened over the past year and a half. Instead of thinking I was crazy, she helped me look for another place to live. Within a month, I had signed a lease on a small apartment across town. The day before I moved out, I was packing up my computer equipment. I opened my laptop to back up some files and noticed a folder on my desktop that I didn't recognize. When I clicked on it, I felt like I'd been punched in the gut. It was full of videos, dozens of them, of me watching TV, me working out, me walking through the hallway, me sleeping. The videos were taken from different angles around the house, as if someone had been following me around with a camera. But I lived alone, and some of the angles were impossible. From high up in corners where there were no shelves or furniture. The timestamps showed they'd been recorded over the past several months. I was so terrified, I nearly vomited. I grabbed what I could carry and left immediately, spending my last night in the house at Tara's place. The next day, with a few friends helping, I moved everything out in record time. None of us wanted to be in that house any longer than necessary. After I'd settled into my new place, I did some research on the yellow house. The landlord hadn't told us much, just that the previous owner had been an older man who died of natural causes. But talking to neighbors, I learned more disturbing details. The man had been a former town sheriff who died in the house of old age. One elderly neighbor mentioned rumors that the house had been a brothel back in the 40s. While another claimed there had been a suicide there in the 70s. I never found an explanation for the videos on my laptop. My computer expert friend checked and confirmed there was no external access or hacking. They had somehow been recorded and saved locally. The camera on my laptop couldn't have taken them since the angles were all wrong, and I didn't own any other cameras or security devices. To this day, I can't explain what happened in that yellow house. Sometimes I try to convince myself it was all in my head, or that someone was gaslighting me. But then I remember the voice in my ear that night by my car, the pressure on my bed, and those videos, those impossible videos. I drive by the house sometimes. New people live there now. I wonder if they feel it too. That weight in the hallway, the eyes watching from somewhere you can't see. I wonder if they've found any unexplainable videos yet. Story 13. I still can't sleep properly after what happened 3 weeks ago. I've been trying to make sense of it, but I can't. Part of me wants to believe I imagined the whole thing, that I was just exhausted from driving too long. But I know what I saw was real. I'm a long-haul truck driver, been doing it for about 7 years now. Usually, I stick to the major interstates. But I had a special delivery to make in Ely, Nevada, and my GPS suggested taking Highway 50 as the fastest route. If you're not familiar with it, Highway 50 across Nevada is officially called the loneliest highway in America, and trust me, it lives up to its name. I'd been on the road for almost 14 hours that day. It was already dark, around 9 in the evening, and I was still about 2 hours from Ely. The road stretches endlessly through the desert, just miles and miles of nothing but sagebrush and distant mountains. No streetlights, no gas stations, barely any other vehicles, just my headlights cutting through the darkness and the stars above. I had the radio on to keep me company, but the signal kept fading in and out. Eventually, it was just static, and I turned it off. The silence was almost overwhelming. That's when I first noticed him. At first, I thought it was just a shadow or maybe an animal on the side of the road, but as I got closer, I realized it was a person, a man standing perfectly still with his thumb out, a hitchhiker in the middle of absolute nowhere at night. Every instinct told me to keep driving. I mean, who stops for hitchhikers these days, especially on a deserted highway after dark? But something made me slow down. Maybe it was the thought of leaving someone stranded in such a desolate place. Maybe it was because I was so tired of the silence and wanted some company. Whatever the reason, I pulled over. As my headlights illuminated him, I noticed how out of place he looked. He was wearing a black suit, not casual clothes like jeans and a t-shirt, but a full-on business suit with a tie, the kind you'd wear to a funeral. In the middle of the Nevada desert, in summer, it made no sense. I rolled down my passenger window and called out, "Where are you headed?" He stepped toward my truck, and that's when I got my first real look at his face. His skin was so pale it almost seemed to glow in the darkness, like he'd never seen the sun. But what really bothered me were his eyes. They were completely black, not just dark brown, but entirely black, like holes cut into his face. I told myself it was just the poor lighting playing tricks on me. "Ely," he said, his voice surprisingly normal. "If you're going that way, against every horror movie rule I've ever learned, I unlocked the door, hop in, that's where I'm headed." He slid into the passenger seat with a fluid grace that was somehow unsettling. He didn't have any bags or belongings, not even a jacket, just himself in that pristine black suit. "Thanks for stopping," he said as I pulled back onto the highway. "Not many people do these days." "No problem," I replied, trying to sound casual. "What brings you out here? Car trouble?" He didn't answer directly. Instead, he stared straight ahead at the dark road. "This highway has quite a history," he said. "Did you know they call it the loneliest road in America?" "Yeah, I've heard that." I adjusted my grip on the steering wheel, suddenly aware of how sweaty my palms had become. "Do you know why it's so lonely?" he asked. I shrugged. "Not much out here, I guess." He turned to look at me then, and I swear those black eyes seemed to swallow the dim light from the dashboard. "People disappear on this road, more than you'd think." The way he said it made my skin crawl. It wasn't threatening exactly, but there was something matter-of-fact about it that was deeply unnerving. "Is that so?" I tried to keep my voice steady. "Oh yes." He nodded slowly. "I've been traveling this road for a very long time. I've seen things you wouldn't believe." The temperature in the truck seemed to drop. I reached to turn up the heat, but the controls weren't responding. The air continued to get colder. "Back in 1976, he continued, there was a family of 4 driving to Lake Tahoe for vacation. Their car broke down right around here. The father walked off to find help. They never saw him again." I didn't respond. I didn't know what to say. The mother waited with the children for 3 days before another car came by. By then, she was raving about voices in the desert calling to her husband. The authorities found the father's shoes about a mile off the highway. Nothing else. My mouth felt dry. I reached for my water bottle but fumbled and dropped it. I didn't dare bend down to pick it up. Then there was the college student in 1984, hiking through Nevada, making his way to California. 6 people reported picking him up at different points along this highway over the span of 2 weeks. Same young man, same story each time. But there was only one hitchhiker reported missing that summer, and he was found dead near Reno, 50 miles from here. As he spoke, I noticed something strange about the road ahead. The yellow line seemed to be shifting, wavering like a mirage. I blinked hard, trying to clear my vision. My head felt foggy, like I couldn't quite focus. "The desert has its own spirits," the hitchhiker said, his voice dropping to almost a whisper. "Ancient ones that were here long before the road, long before people. They get lonely too." I wanted to tell him to shut up. I wanted to kick him out of my truck, but I couldn't speak. It felt like my throat was closing up, like the words were stuck somewhere inside me. "Do you ever wonder what happens to all those missing people, the ones whose cars are found abandoned on highways like this?" He leaned slightly closer to me. "Sometimes they choose to stay. Sometimes they have no choice." The dashboard lights flickered, and for a second, we were in complete darkness. When they came back on, the hitchhiker was still there, but something about him had changed. His suit looked older, dustier. His face seemed more gaunt. "This desert is a hungry place," he said. "It consumes. It transforms." I gripped the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turned white. I was terrified, but I couldn't show it. I just kept driving, eyes fixed on the road ahead, trying to ignore the man beside me and the growing certainty that I had made a terrible mistake. He fell silent for a while, and the only sound was the hum of the tires on the asphalt and my own breathing, which seemed too loud in the quiet cab. Then he pointed to something in the distance. "There," he said. "That's my stop." I squinted through the windshield. There was nothing ahead but more desert, more darkness, no buildings, no turnoffs, no lights. "There's nothing there," I said, finally finding my voice. "There is for me," he replied. "I don't know why I did it, but I slowed down. Maybe I was just desperate to get him out of my truck. The moment I pulled over to the shoulder, the air in the cab felt lighter somehow, like a pressure had been released. The hitchhiker opened the door and cold desert air rushed in. He turned to me one last time. "Thank you for the ride, Daniel," he said. I froze. I had never told him my name. He smiled, the first time during the entire ride, and his teeth looked too sharp, too numerous. "Safe travels. I hope we meet again someday." He stepped out and closed the door behind him. I watched in my side mirror as he walked away from the truck, his figure black against the slightly lighter darkness of the desert. He walked straight off the road and into the sagebrush, moving with that same unsettling grace. I should have just driven off immediately, put as much distance between us as possible, but something made me keep watching. I needed to know where he was going, what was out there in the emptiness. He walked about 50 yards from the highway, then stopped. He stood motionless for a moment, and then, I swear this is what I saw, he seemed to flicker, like a bad television signal. 1 second he was there, and the next he wasn't. Then back again, flicker, 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 and then he was gone. I sat there, engine idling, for I don't know how long. I couldn't process what I'd just seen. Finally, I put the truck in gear and floored it, desperate to reach Ely and civilization. When I finally got to the motel in Ely around 11:30, I was a mess. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. The clerk at the front desk must have noticed because he asked if I was okay. "Just tired," I said. "Long drive on Highway 50? He nodded sympathetically. "That road'll do it to you. Nothing but emptiness for miles." I hesitated, then asked, "Do you get many hitchhikers around here?" The clerk looked surprised. "Hitchhikers? No, not for years. Nobody hitchhikes anymore, especially not on 50. Too dangerous, too few cars." He studied my face. "Why, did you see someone out there?" I couldn't bring myself to tell him. Who would believe me? I just shook my head and took my room key. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those black, empty eyes staring back at me. I kept hearing his voice. "Thank you for the ride, Daniel." The next morning, I checked the local news, half expecting to read about missing persons or strange occurrences on Highway 50. There was nothing. I finished my delivery and left Ely as quickly as possible, taking the long way around, adding hours to my journey just to avoid Highway 50. I haven't been back since, and I never will if I can help it. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing. Maybe I was more tired than I realized. Maybe I fell asleep at the wheel briefly and dreamed it all up. But then I remember how he knew my name without me telling him. I remember those black eyes and the way he seemed to dissolve into the desert night, and I know it was real. Whatever, whoever he was, he's still out there on that lonely highway, waiting for someone else to stop, and God help them if they do. Story 14. I've been driving 18-wheelers for 15 years now, 15 goddamn years on America's highways, and I've seen some weird shit, let me tell you. Roadkill the size of small bears, drunks wandering down the middle of the interstate at 3 in the morning, even a guy on a unicycle once outside of Tulsa. But what happened to me last November? I still can't explain it, and I'm not sure I want to try. I haul frozen foods mostly. Good money, steady work. That night I was moving a load from Norfolk, Virginia to Louisville, Kentucky. Standard run, nothing special. I'd done it maybe 30 times before. Left around noon, figured I'd pull an all-nighter and deliver by early morning. The first 8 hours were nothing special. Some traffic around Richmond, clear sailing after that. I had my thermos of coffee, my audiobook playing, some Stephen King novel. Ironic, right? And my truck was running smooth as silk. My rig is a 2019 Peterbilt 579, blue with silver trim. I call her Betsy. Not original, I know, but she's been good to me. Around 10:30 that night, I hit the Virginia-Tennessee border, starting into the Appalachians. I've always liked mountain driving. Something about the curves and the way the road hugs the mountainside. It keeps you alert, you know. Can't zone out like you do on those straight Midwest highways. The weather forecast had mentioned patchy fog, but what rolled in around 11 wasn't patchy. It was like someone dumped a giant bucket of milk over the mountains. One minute I could see the road stretching ahead. The next I couldn't see 10 feet beyond my hood. I slowed down to about 30 miles per hour, which is crawling for a big rig, but I didn't have a choice. I turned off my audiobook, needed all my concentration. The only sounds were my engine humming and the occasional swish of my wipers trying to clear the condensation from my windshield. The fog was so thick it was like driving through cotton candy, except there was nothing sweet about it. Just this suffocating whiteness pressing in on all sides. I was coming around a curve on Route 23 near the Kentucky border when I heard it. A scream, not like an animal scream, like a human. It was distant but clear, cutting through the silence of the night. At first, I thought maybe it was just my tires on the wet asphalt. You know how they can make that high-pitched noise sometimes? But no, this was different. It sounded like someone in pain. I gripped the wheel tighter, my knuckles going white. The fog seemed to thicken, if that was even possible. I leaned forward, squinting, trying to see anything beyond my headlights. That's when I caught a glimpse of movement on the roadside. Just a flash, there and gone, like someone darting between the trees. I nearly jumped out of my skin when my CB radio crackled to life. Anybody on this channel near Pound Gap? Over. I grabbed the handset, oddly relieved to hear another human voice. Yeah, this is Big Blue heading northbound on 23, just passing the Virginia line. Over. There was a pause, just static, and I thought maybe the signal had dropped. Then, listen up, driver. There's something out there tonight. You see anything strange, don't stop, keep moving. Over. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. What do you mean, something? Over. Another pause. You ever hear of Old Man Wilkes? Local legend around here. Trucker like us. About 15 years back, they found his rig at the bottom of a ravine off Route 23. Cab was crushed to hell, but they never found his body. Never. Some folks say he's still out there, walking these roads in the fog, looking for a ride, I guess. Over. I almost laughed. Almost. But something about the deadpan way he said it, combined with the scream I'd just heard and that movement I'd seen, well, it didn't seem so funny. Thanks for the heads up, I said, trying to sound casual. I'll keep my eyes open. Over. You do that, Big Blue, and keep moving. Over and out. The radio went silent. I placed the handset back in its cradle, trying to ignore the way my hand was trembling slightly. Stupid, right? I'm a grown-ass man, 43 years old, listening to ghost stories on the CB like some rookie. I'd driven this route dozens of times. Hell, if there really was some ghost trucker haunting these roads, I would have seen him by now, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. The fog was getting thicker, seeming to press against my windshield like it wanted in. My headlights barely penetrated 20 feet ahead. I flipped through the radio stations, looking for some music to distract me. Nothing but static. Even the satellite radio was cutting out, which was weird. I tried my phone, no signal, just me and Betsy and whatever was out in that fog. I was coming around another bend, a sharp one with a guardrail that separated the road from a steep drop-off, when my headlights caught something in the middle of the road. At first, I thought it was a deer, We get a lot of those in these mountains, but as I got closer, I realized it was standing upright. A person, a man, standing dead center in my lane, facing away from me. Holy shit, I slammed on the brakes. 40,000 pounds of truck and cargo doesn't stop on a dime, even at 30 miles per hour. I felt the trailer start to jackknife and wrestled with the wheel, trying to keep control without plowing into the figure in the road. Betsy came to a stop about 15 feet from the man. He hadn't moved, hadn't even flinched at the sound of my air brakes hissing. I sat there for a moment, heart pounding, hands gripping the wheel. The man was still facing away from me. He was wearing what looked like a trucker's jacket, old style, the kind with a lot of patches, but it was torn, tattered at the edges, like it had been through hell. "Hey," I called out, rolling down my window. "You need to get out of the road." No response. He didn't even twitch. I should have just gone around him, should have eased Betsy into the other lane and kept going, just like the voice on the CB had warned. But 15 years of picking up hitchhikers and helping stranded motorists is a hard habit to break. And what if the guy was hurt or confused? I turned on my hazards, set my brakes, and grabbed my flashlight from the glove compartment. I opened the door and stepped down from the cab. The fog was even thicker outside. It swirled around my legs, cold and damp, seeping through my jeans. The beam of my flashlight seemed to stop short, like the fog was eating the light. "Hey, buddy," I called, walking slowly toward the figure. "You can't stand in the middle of the road like this. It's dangerous." Still no response. The figure remained motionless, his back to me. Something about his posture seemed off, unnatural, like he was frozen in place. I was about 10 feet away when he finally moved. His head turned, not his body, just his head, swiveling around at an angle that made my stomach lurch, and I saw his face. God, his face. Pale doesn't begin to describe it. It was the color of a fish belly, this sickly, translucent white. His skin looked wrong somehow. Too tight in some places, sagging in others, like it was barely attached to whatever was underneath. His eyes, I still see them when I close my own. They weren't eyes at all, just dark, empty sockets, like black holes punched into his face, and his mouth, frozen in a silent scream, stretched so wide it seemed to split his face in half. No sound came out, but somehow that made it worse. I stumbled backward, almost falling. The flashlight slipped from my fingers, clattering on the asphalt, but still illuminating the thing in front of me. It took a step toward me, not a normal step. Its foot dragged along the ground, leaving a smear in the fog. Another step, and another. Slow but deliberate, like it had all the time in the world. I turned and ran. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I ran like hell back to my truck, fumbling with the door handle, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip it. I hauled myself into the cab, slammed the door, and locked it. Through my side mirror, I could see it still coming. That same slow, dragging pace. Its head was still twisted around, those empty eye sockets somehow fixed right on me. I threw Betsy into gear, released the brakes, and floored it. The tires spun on the wet asphalt before finding grip. I swerved into the opposite lane, giving that thing a wide berth as I passed. As I drove by, it reached out one hand, long pale fingers stretched toward my truck, almost brushing the side. In my mirror, I saw it standing in the middle of the road, still facing my direction, growing smaller as I sped away. Then the fog swallowed it up. I drove like a madman after that, way too fast for the conditions. Could have killed myself, but I didn't care. I just needed to get away. The fog finally thinned out about 20 miles later near Pikeville. I pulled into the first truck stop I saw and sat there shaking until dawn. I finished the delivery, had to, but I took a different route back to Virginia, adding nearly 200 miles to my trip, worth every extra minute. It's been months now. I've talked to other truckers who've driven that stretch of Route 23. A few have heard the stories about Old Man Wilkes. One guy even claimed he saw something similar, a figure in the road during heavy fog. Most just laugh it off. I don't drive through the Appalachians at night anymore. Not if I can help it. And if I see fog rolling in, I find the nearest place to stop and wait it out. My dispatcher thinks I'm being ridiculous, and maybe I am. Maybe what I saw was just some homeless guy with a deformity, and my imagination filled in the rest. But I know what I saw. And sometimes when I'm driving at night and the visibility starts to drop, I swear I can see something in my rearview mirror, a figure standing in the road behind me, growing smaller as I drive away, and I keep driving. Story 15. I've been hesitant to share this for almost 4 years now, but it still haunts me. I need to get this off my chest, even if no one believes me. I can't explain what happened, but I know what I saw and felt. Back in June of 2019, I decided to take a road trip from LA to San Francisco along Highway 1. I'd been working non-stop for months at my marketing job and desperately needed a break. I'm a hobby photographer, and the Pacific Coast Highway had been on my bucket list forever. I planned to take 3 days, stopping whenever I saw something worth photographing. The first day went perfectly. I left LA early, around 5 in the morning, to beat traffic. By mid-afternoon, I'd made it to Big Sur. If you've never been, it's breathtaking. Massive cliffs dropping straight into the ocean with these twisty roads that hug the coastline. I spent hours just pulling over at viewpoints, taking photos, and breathing in that salty air. As the sun started setting, I realized I needed to find a place to stay. I hadn't booked anything in advance, wanting to keep the trip spontaneous. About 20 minutes down the road, I spotted a small, weathered sign for Cliffside Motel Vacancy. It wasn't fancy, just a dozen or so rooms in a single-story building perched on a bluff overlooking the ocean. Perfect for what I needed. The couple who owned the place were in their 70s, I'd guess. The husband checked me in while his wife bustled around the small office, organizing brochures for local attractions. When I mentioned I was just passing through, the old man nodded and said something that struck me as odd at the time. "Stay on the main paths if you go walking tonight. Big Sur has its secrets." I smiled politely, thinking it was just the usual local color you get in small towns. The wife chimed in, "And if you see a woman in white asking for help, just keep walking. She's not really there." They both laughed, but there was this weird tension behind it. I laughed too, assuming it was some local ghost story they told tourists. The husband handed me a physical key, not even a key card, that's how old school this place was, to room 8, and pointed me in the right direction. The room was basic but clean. Queen bed, bathroom, small TV that probably hadn't been upgraded since 2000. But the view, even in the dimming light, I could see the ocean stretching out endlessly. I unpacked, took a shower, and decided to grab some night photos of the coastline. It was around 9:30 when I stepped outside with my camera. The motel grounds were quiet, just the sound of waves crashing below and the occasional car passing on Highway 1. The night was clear, with more stars than you could ever see in LA. I spent about half an hour shooting the coastline and sky before I noticed something weird, a flickering light down the hillside, maybe a quarter mile away. At first, I thought it might be campers or another hotel I hadn't noticed, but something about it drew me in. I found a narrow dirt path leading down from the motel's back edge toward the light. Against my better judgment, I decided to check it out. I had my phone, flashlight, and the path seemed well trodden. As I got closer, I realized it was a bonfire. I could make out silhouettes around it. Maybe 7 or 8 people. Something told me to keep my distance, so I hung back at the edge of the trees, watching. They weren't acting like typical beach partiers. No music, no laughter. They were speaking in these intense, hushed voices that occasionally rose just loud enough for snippets to carry to where I was standing, always watching from the woods. Third one this month. Police won't do anything. Then a woman's voice, clearer than the others. "We need to warn the travelers. It's getting worse." A man responded harshly. "And what? Create panic? They already think we're crazy." I shifted my weight, and a twig snapped under my foot. The conversation instantly stopped. Every head turned in my direction. Even from that distance, I felt their stares like physical pressure. Without thinking, I backed away quietly, then turned and practically ran up the path to the motel. Back in my room, I locked the door and drew the curtains. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, just locals having a private conversation I'd intruded on, but those fragments of conversation kept replaying in my mind. Who were they in the woods? What were they warning travelers about? I distracted myself by reviewing the photos I'd taken that day and eventually dozed off around midnight with the TV on low. I bolted awake to knocking, loud, urgent knocking on my door. The bedside clock read 2:17 a.m. "Police, open up," a male voice called. Heart pounding, I stumbled to the peephole. Two men in what looked like county sheriff uniforms stood outside. One was tall and thin, the other shorter with a stocky build. Both had their hands resting on their holsters. "Sir, we need you to open up. There's been an incident." I cracked the door, chains still on. "What's going on?" The taller officer spoke. "Sorry to disturb you, sir. We're investigating reports of suspicious activity in the area. Have you noticed anything unusual tonight?" My mind flashed to the bonfire. Should I mention it? Something held me back. "No, I just got in this evening and went to bed early." The officers exchanged glances. The shorter one leaned in. "Sir, we strongly advise you to stay in your room, doors locked until morning. There have been incidents with travelers in this area." "What kind of incidents?" I asked. "Just a precaution," the tall one said, avoiding my question. "Keep your doors locked and don't open for anyone, not even us if we come back. Ask for ID through the door and call dispatch to verify." That's when it hit me. They hadn't shown me any identification. Before I could ask, they were already walking away, speaking into their radios. As they reached their vehicle, an unmarked dark sedan rather than a police cruiser, I noticed something else strange. Their uniforms didn't have any department patches or badges I could make out in the dim light. I double-locked the door, pushed a chair against it, and sat on my bed, wide awake now. Were those really cops? Why the warning about not opening the door even for us? It didn't make sense. I barely slept the rest of the night. At the first hint of dawn, I packed my things, skipped the continental breakfast, and checked out. The elderly couple wasn't at the front desk, just a sleepy-looking young woman who barely looked up from her phone when I dropped off the key. On my way to my car, I glanced toward where I'd seen the bonfire. In daylight, there was no path visible, just dense coastal scrub and trees. Had I imagined it? I hit the road, pushing north toward Monterey, telling myself the weird vibes would fade with distance and daylight. For the first hour, I felt fine, stopping for photos, enjoying the scenery. Then I noticed a dark sedan in my rearview mirror. I'm not normally paranoid, but it looked exactly like the police car from last night. At first, I told myself it was coincidence. Highway 1 isn't exactly a busy interstate, but there are plenty of cars. When I pulled into a scenic overlook to take photos, the sedan drove past. Relief washed over me until I spotted it parked at the next pullout, about 200 yards ahead. A man in a hoodie stood beside it facing the ocean, but I could swear he was watching me through peripheral vision. I got back in my car and drove, no longer stopping for photos. The sedan stayed behind me, sometimes falling back, sometimes getting closer. In Carmel, I pulled into a busy gas station thinking they wouldn't follow me somewhere so public. I was wrong. They parked across the street, two men inside just watching. With shaking hands, I called the police. A real patrol car arrived 15 minutes later. I explained the situation, pointing out the sedan. When the officers approached it, the men claimed they were just traveling and stopped for gas like me. The officers seemed skeptical but said they couldn't do anything without evidence of an actual threat. As soon as the police left, I got back on the road, pushing well over the speed limit. For a while, I thought I'd lost them. I made it to Santa Cruz without incident and stopped for a late lunch, constantly scanning the parking lot. Just as I was starting to relax, I saw it. The same sedan slowly cruising through the restaurant parking lot. I abandoned my half-eaten sandwich, threw cash on the table, and fled out the back. By the time I reached the San Francisco area, it was early evening. I was exhausted, jumpy, and convinced I was being followed. When I spotted the sedan again on the Bay Bridge, I took the first exit I could, swerving through traffic. I ended up at a shopping center in Emeryville, where I ran inside and found security. They let me wait in their office while they called the police again. This time, when officers arrived, the sedan was gone. They took my statement, but seemed dubious about my story. One officer gently suggested I might be experiencing road fatigue or anxiety. They escorted me to a hotel nearby, where I checked in under a different name, just in case. I spent 3 days in San Francisco trying to enjoy the city, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I abandoned my plan to drive back down Highway 1 and instead took Interstate 5 straight back to LA. Even now, 4 years later, I still check my rearview mirror more than necessary. I've spent countless hours researching Big Sur legends and missing persons cases in the area. I've found vague references to a woman in white said to appear to travelers in distress, but nothing concrete about what happened to me. I've never gone back to that stretch of coast, though sometimes I'm tempted to, just to prove to myself it wasn't all in my head. The worst part isn't the fear, it's the not knowing. Who were those people at the bonfire? Were the police officers really police? Who followed me up the coast, and why stop when I reached San Francisco? Some nights I still wake up hearing that knock on my door, and I wonder what would have happened if I'd opened it without the chain. Story 16. I still get chills thinking about it, even though it happened over 6 years ago. I've tried to rationalize what happened that night at my grandmother's house, but I can't. No matter how many times I replay it in my mind, I can't explain it. I was 19 at the time, staying at my grandma's place in Maplewood with my dad. It was supposed to be a temporary arrangement while we were between apartments. Money was tight, and Grandma had offered to let us crash at her place for a few months. The house was old and creaky, with that distinct grandparent smell, a mix of potpourri, old books, and lemon furniture polish. The only available room had a bunk bed that my grandma had kept for when the grandkids visited. My dad took the top bunk, and I got the bottom. We'd tried to make the room feel a bit more like ours by hanging bistro lights across the ceiling. You know, those string lights with the small bulbs. I'd also clipped some Polaroid photos to the wire, mostly pictures of me and my friends, a few of our old dog Rusty, and one of my mom from before she left. I remember that night so clearly. It was a Wednesday in mid-October, and it had been raining all day. Not a heavy downpour, just that constant drizzle that makes everything feel damp and gloomy. The house was quiet except for the occasional ping from the radiator or the soft hum of the refrigerator downstairs. Grandma had gone to bed early, around 9, and my dad and I stayed up watching reruns of some crime show on her ancient TV in the living room. We headed upstairs around 11:30. My dad climbed up to the top bunk, and I slid under the covers on the bottom. We said goodnight, and I remember drifting off pretty quickly. That's when the nightmare started. In my dream, I was standing alone in an empty field. The sky was this sickening shade of green-gray, like right before a tornado hits. I couldn't move my feet. They felt cemented to the ground. When I looked up, there was this massive building, like a skyscraper, tilting toward me. It was falling in slow motion, getting closer and closer, blocking out the sky. I could see every detail, the windows, the concrete, even some office furniture sliding across the floors inside. I knew it was going to crush me. In that moment of panic, I raised both my hands above my head, as if I could somehow stop this enormous building from flattening me. And then it happened. I woke up gasping for breath, but I wasn't fully awake. You know that weird state between sleeping and being awake? That's where I was, but something was pressing down on me, something heavy. In my half-conscious state, I thought I was still in the dream, still trying to hold up that falling building, except I wasn't. My arms were already raised above my head, pushing against something solid and heavy. As I became more alert, I realized with absolute horror that the mattress from the top bunk was coming down on top of me. I started screaming. Not just a little yelp, I mean full-on, throat-burning screaming. The mattress was huge and heavy, and it was bearing down on me with its full weight. I pushed against it with everything I had, my arms shaking from the effort. The pressure was intense. I could feel the springs digging into my palms as I struggled to keep it from crushing me. "Dad!" I screamed. "Help me!" I managed to wriggle toward the edge of my bunk, cowering in the corner of the bed frame while still holding up the mattress as best I could. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I was sweating, and my arms felt like they were on fire from the strain. Then I heard a thud, my dad hitting the floor, and the light switch flicked on. The moment the lights came on, there was a series of sharp popping sounds. 3 of the bistro lights on the ceiling exploded, sending tiny shards of glass raining down. The pops were so loud in the quiet house that I flinched, momentarily losing my grip on the mattress. It slid further toward me and I screamed again. My dad rushed over and grabbed the edge of the mattress, lifting it away from me. He looked completely stunned. "What the hell?" he kept saying, over and over. "What the hell just happened?" Grandma appeared in the doorway in her nightgown, her hair in curlers. "What's going on in here?" she asked, her voice shaky. Then she saw the scene, the mattress halfway off the top bunk, the broken glass on the floor, me huddled in the corner of my bed, shaking. "Charlotte, are you okay?" she asked, rushing to my side. I couldn't speak. I was trembling so hard my teeth were chattering. My arms ached from holding up the mattress, and I had tiny cuts on my feet from jumping out of bed onto the glass. My dad managed to push the mattress back onto the top bunk. He sat down next to me and put his arm around my shoulders. "I had this dream," he said slowly, his voice low and confused. Someone was telling me to get out of bed and turn on the light. A voice, clear as day, saying, "Get up now, turn on the light." It woke me up, and I felt like I had to do it immediately. I jumped down just before the mattress slipped. I told him about my nightmare, about the building falling and raising my hands to stop it. "I woke up with my hands already pushing against the mattress," I said, "if I hadn't had my arms up." We all fell silent, considering what might have happened. That mattress was no joke. It was an old-school spring mattress, probably weighing a good 80 pounds. And it would have fallen directly on my face and chest if I hadn't been able to stop it. After we calmed down a bit, my dad and I examined the bunk bed. That's when things got even weirder. The top bunk wasn't just a mattress sitting on slats. It had a heavy wooden baseboard underneath it for support. This baseboard fit securely into the frame of the bunk bed with wooden rails on all 4 sides to keep it in place. The mattress sat on top of this baseboard. For the mattress to fall, the entire baseboard would have had to be lifted up and angled out of its secure position. We tried to recreate what happened, to find some way that the mattress and baseboard could have slipped out accidentally. It was impossible. The baseboard was heavy on its own, probably 30 pounds, and it fit snugly within the rails. There's no way it could have just slipped out. Someone would have had to deliberately lift it up at a specific angle to get it over the wooden rails. "Could you have been moving around a lot in your sleep?" Grandma asked my dad. He shook his head. "I don't toss and turn, and even if I did, I couldn't have accidentally lifted the entire baseboard up and over those rails. We stayed up until 3 in the morning, trying to figure out what had happened. We even tried bouncing on the top bunk to see if we could dislodge the baseboard. Nothing worked. The only way to get that mattress to fall was to manually lift the baseboard up and angle it over the rails. And then there were the lights. Why had they exploded at the exact moment my dad turned on the light switch? The wiring in the house was old, but we'd been using those bistro lights for weeks without any issues, and only 3 of the 15 bulbs had blown, the 3 directly above my bunk. The next day, we went to the hardware store and bought extra supports for the bunk bed. We secured the baseboard with metal brackets and screws, making absolutely sure it couldn't move. We also replaced all the bistro lights with new ones. That night, neither of us could sleep. I kept seeing that building falling toward me in my mind, and I'd jolt awake every time I started to drift off. My dad eventually came down from the top bunk and sat in the chair in the corner of the room, keeping watch all night. We never found a rational explanation for what happened. The bed was solid, the baseboard was secure, and there was no way for it to have fallen accidentally. My dad hadn't been drinking or taking any medication that might have caused him to move the mattress in his sleep, and even if he had, how could he have lifted that heavy baseboard over the rails without fully waking up? What haunts me most is the timing of it all. My nightmare about holding up a falling building, my arms already being raised when I woke up, my dad's dream telling him to get out of bed and turn on the light, him jumping down seconds before the mattress fell, the lights exploding the instant he flipped the switch. It's like something was trying to hurt me and something else was trying to protect me. I don't know if it was a coincidence or premonition or something else entirely, but I know what I experienced and I know it wasn't normal. We moved out of my grandma's house the following week. I haven't slept in a bunk bed since, and to this day, I still can't look at bistro lights without feeling a chill run down my spine. Sometimes I try to convince myself that there's a logical explanation, that my subconscious somehow sensed the mattress starting to slip and incorporated it into my dream. But deep down, I know that doesn't account for everything that happened that night. The question that keeps me up sometimes, even now, is simple. If I hadn't raised my hands in that dream, if my dad hadn't received that warning to get up and turn on the light, what would have happened to me? I'm 25 now, and I still don't have an answer. I just know that something inexplicable happened in that old house in Maplewood, something I can't explain to this day. Story 17, I can't believe I'm finally writing this down. It's been 4 months since it happened, but I still get chills thinking about it. I've tried telling a few people, but the looks they give me, well, you know how it is when you share something that sounds completely insane. But I know what I saw. My husband Michael and I got married in January, and for our delayed honeymoon, we decided to visit Chicago in March. I lived there for 3 years during college, so I was excited to show Michael around my old stomping grounds. We booked a room at the Millennium Knickerbocker Hotel, this beautiful historic place right off Michigan Avenue. I'd always wanted to stay there when I lived in Chicago, but could never afford it as a student. When we checked in, the front desk guy, I think his name was Thomas, was super friendly. He asked what brought us to Chicago, and when we mentioned we were newlyweds, his face lit up. "Congratulations. Let me see what I can do for you too." After typing away at his computer, he smiled and said, "I've upgraded you to a junior suite on the 12th floor, no extra charge." We were thrilled. Who doesn't love a free upgrade? The hotel itself is gorgeous with this old-world charm you don't find in modern places. The lobby has these ornate ceilings and fancy chandeliers. Michael kept joking that we were way too broke to be in a place this nice. While we were checking in, I overheard a tour guide telling some visitors that Al Capone's brother had connections to the hotel back in the Prohibition days. I remember thinking that was pretty cool. I've always been interested in that era. Our room was beautiful, spacious with a separate sitting area, big windows overlooking the city, and this massive king bed that felt like sleeping on a cloud. We spent our first couple of days hitting all the tourist spots, eating deep dish pizza, and catching up with some of my college friends. On our third night, March 15th, we went out for dinner with my old roommate Jen and her husband. We had a great time, drank probably too much wine, and didn't get back to the hotel until around midnight. Michael was pretty tipsy and practically fell into bed with his clothes still on. I remember laughing at him as I got ready for bed. As soon as I shut the bathroom door, though, something felt off. The air in the bathroom seemed heavier somehow. I got this weird sensation like someone had just walked past me, even though I was alone. I chalked it up to the wine and being tired from all the walking we'd done that day. I took a quick shower, and the whole time I kept feeling like I needed to peek around the shower curtain. You know that feeling when you're home alone and convinced someone's watching you? It was exactly like that. I hurried through my shower, threw on my pajamas, and practically sprinted to bed. Michael was already snoring. I curled up next to him, feeling silly about getting spooked, and eventually fell asleep. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night. The digital clock on the nightstand read 2:34 a.m. At first, I couldn't figure out what had woken me. There wasn't any noise. Michael was still out cold beside me, but my heart was racing like I'd just run a mile. The room was unbearably hot. I mean really hot, like someone had cranked the heat to maximum. I was sweating through my pajamas, which made no sense because it was March in Chicago, freezing outside, and we hadn't even turned the heat on in our room. I pushed the covers off and sat up, trying to catch my breath. The air felt thick, almost like being in a sauna. I checked the thermostat on the wall, which showed 68 degrees, nowhere near how hot it actually felt in there. I touched the heater vent, and there was no air coming out at all. I decided to open a window to get some air. As I crossed the room, that feeling of being watched intensified. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I had to force myself not to run back to bed. I pushed the window open a few inches, letting in a blast of cold March air, and hurried back to bed. Even with the window open, the heat didn't dissipate. If anything, it seemed to concentrate around our bed. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, trying to rationalize what was happening. Maybe it was some weird menopausal hot flash, even though I'm only 28. Maybe I was coming down with something. Maybe the wine from dinner had messed with my system. But none of those explanations accounted for the overwhelming sensation that someone was in the room with us. I turned to face the wall, pulling the sheet up despite the heat. I told myself I was being ridiculous and closed my eyes, forcing myself to breathe slowly. After what felt like an eternity, I started to relax a little. Then I felt it, a slight dip in the mattress behind me, like someone sitting down on the edge of the bed. I froze, not daring to move. Michael was still on his side of the bed. I could hear him snoring. The logical part of my brain tried to tell me it was just Michael shifting in his sleep, but I knew it wasn't. I lay there for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, too terrified to look. Finally, I couldn't stand it anymore. I had to know what was happening. I took a deep breath, rolled over toward Michael's side of the bed, and opened my eyes. What I saw will haunt me for the rest of my life. There was a woman lying in our bed between Michael and me. She wasn't fully solid. I could make out the pattern of our sheets through parts of her, but she wasn't transparent either. She had this pale, almost porcelain skin that seemed to glow slightly in the darkness. Her hair was styled in a perfect 1920s flapper bob, jet black and pinned straight. She wore dark lipstick. It looked almost burgundy, and her eyes were a deep brown, staring directly into mine. She was wearing what looked like a brown silk negligee with lace trim, and she was smiling at me, not a threatening smile, more like she was sharing a secret. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just lay there, staring at this woman in our bed, feeling like my heart might explode from my chest. The room was so hot I could barely breathe. My skin was slick with sweat, but I felt ice cold inside. As I watched, frozen in terror, she began to sink into the mattress, not all at once, but slowly, like she was being pulled down by quicksand. First her legs disappeared, then her hips. She kept looking at me the whole time, that slight smile never leaving her face. I blinked, I couldn't help it, and when I opened my eyes again, she was gone, completely vanished. In that exact moment, the suffocating heat disappeared too. The room temperature dropped to normal, so suddenly it felt like someone had thrown open all the windows. I sat up, gasping for air, and frantically checked the space where she had been. Nothing, just rumpled sheets. Michael was still sleeping peacefully, completely oblivious to what had just happened. I spent the rest of the night sitting up in a chair by the window, too terrified to get back in bed. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her face, that smile, those eyes looking directly into mine. When morning finally came, I was a mess. Michael woke up refreshed and couldn't understand why I looked like I'd seen a ghost. I couldn't bring myself to tell him what had happened. Not yet. He'd think I was crazy or that I'd had some weird dream. While Michael was in the shower, I went down to the front desk. I was desperate to know if anyone else had experienced something similar. The clerk was different from the one who had checked us in, an older man named Frank who'd apparently worked at the hotel for decades. I tried to be casual. This is such a historic hotel. Does it have any, supernatural reputation? Frank looked at me curiously. Had a strange night, did you? I nodded, not trusting my voice. He glanced around to make sure no one else was listening. This place has quite a history. Ralph Capone, Al's brother, ran a speakeasy in the penthouse during Prohibition. There were gambling, bootleg liquor, all sorts of things going on, and in the 70s, this was the official hotel of the Playboy Mansion when it was just down the street. Have you ever heard of anyone seeing someone who shouldn't be there? I asked. Frank's expression changed. Officially, I'm supposed to tell you that the Knickerbocker has no paranormal activity whatsoever. Management doesn't like that kind of talk. And unofficially, I pressed. He hesitated. Let's just say you're not the first person to ask me that question, especially about the 12th floor. Before I could ask anything else, another guest approached the desk, and Frank turned his attention to them. I went back upstairs, my mind racing. Michael was dressed and ready for breakfast, completely normal, while I felt like I was losing my mind. I tried to act like everything was fine. We checked out that afternoon. I made up some excuse about wanting to stay with my old college roommate for our last night in Chicago. I couldn't spend another night in that room. It's been 4 months, and I still haven't told Michael the whole story. I've tried researching the hotel's history, looking for any mention of a woman matching the description of what I saw, but I haven't found anything specific, just vague mentions of unexplained phenomena and ghostly encounters on paranormal websites. I know what I saw wasn't a dream or my imagination. She was there, in our bed, looking at me with those dark eyes. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, sweating, convinced she's in our bedroom at home. I can still see her face so clearly, that perfect bob, the dark lipstick, the slight smile. I don't know who she was or what she wanted. Was she connected to the Capone speakeasy days? Was she one of the Playboy bunnies or something else entirely? All I know is that for a few minutes on that March night, she was there between us, and only I saw her. I'll never stay at the Millennium Knickerbocker again, and honestly, I'm not sure I'll ever go back to Chicago. Some things you can't unsee and some nights you can never forget. Story 18. I still don't know how to explain what happened that night. I've always been a total skeptic when it comes to paranormal stuff. Ghosts, spirits, whatever you want to call them. I never believed in any of it. But after what my family and I experienced at Great Wolf Lodge in Pineville last month, I honestly don't know what to think anymore. We were supposed to have a fun little weekend getaway. My wife Sarah and I thought it would be perfect for the kids. Ethan is 6 and Emma is 9. They'd been begging to go to Great Wolf for ages because of the water park, and we finally had a weekend free. We splurged on one of those family suites with 2 connecting rooms. You know, the ones where the kids get the themed room with bunk beds and all that stuff. Our room was right next to theirs with connecting doors that we kept open so we could hear them if they needed anything during the night. The first day was great. The kids had a blast at the water park. We did the MagiQuest game thing around the hotel, and everyone was exhausted by bedtime. We tucked the kids in around 9:30, read them a story, and went to our room. Sarah and I stayed up watching TV for a bit before turning in around 11. I remember checking the time. It was exactly midnight, when Ethan came running into our room crying. His little face was just terrified. He climbed right into our bed, shaking like a leaf, saying there was a big kid with a dark shadow walking around their room. Sarah tried to calm him down while I went to check on Emma, who was still fast asleep in the bottom bunk. I looked around the room, checked under the beds, in the bathroom, and even opened the main door to peer into the hallway. Nothing seemed out of place. When I came back, I told Ethan it was probably just a bad dream mixed with shadows from the nightlight. He insisted it wasn't a dream, but eventually calmed down enough that we could get him back to his bed. I stayed with the kids for about 20 minutes until they were both asleep again. I must have dozed off pretty quickly after getting back to our bed, because the next thing I remember is Sarah frantically sitting up beside me. I checked my phone. It was 3 in the morning. She was wide-eyed, asking if I'd heard someone yell, "Mom." I hadn't heard anything, but she was so sure. She said it sounded like Emma, but different somehow. I got up to check on the kids again. As soon as I stepped into their room, I noticed something was wrong. I could only see Ethan in the top bunk. Emma wasn't in her bed. For a split second, my heart stopped. Then I heard heavy breathing from the corner of the room. Emma was huddled in the corner by the bunk beds, knees pulled up to her chest, looking absolutely terrified. When she saw me, she whispered, "Be careful, Dad. He's still in here." My first thought was that someone had broken into our room. I quickly looked around but saw no one. I picked Emma up. She was trembling and felt ice cold, and carried her back to our room. Sarah wrapped her in blankets while I grabbed the hotel phone, ready to call security. But before I did, I needed to make sure there wasn't actually an intruder. I checked every inch of both rooms. I looked in the closets, under the beds, behind the curtains, in the bathroom shower. Nothing. All the doors and windows were still locked from the inside. The sliding chain lock on the main door was still in place, exactly how I'd left it when we went to bed. There was literally no way someone could have gotten in or out without us knowing. When I came back, Emma had calmed down enough to talk. Sarah had made her some hot chocolate from the room's coffee maker, and Emma was sitting up in our bed, still shaking slightly. What she told us next made my skin crawl. She said she'd woken up because she felt someone approaching her bed. At first, she thought it was me coming to check on them again. But as the figure got closer, she realized it wasn't me at all. She described seeing someone, or something, that was much taller and skinnier than me. What freaked me out the most was how specific her description was. "It had really white skin, Dad," she said. "Not like regular skin. It was smooth like paper, and super white, and its neck was really long and weird. It didn't really have a face. I mean, it had a face, but it was kind of blank, like not normal." She said this thing had walked right up to her bed, stood there for a moment, and then turned and walked toward our room. That's when she'd scrambled out of bed and hid in the corner. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just a nightmare. Maybe the unfamiliar room was playing tricks on her mind. But Emma has always been a pretty level-headed kid. She doesn't make up stories or get scared easily. The way she described what she saw was so matter-of-fact, like she was describing what she'd had for lunch that day. I convinced Sarah to try to get some sleep while I stayed up with Emma. She eventually fell asleep, curled up against Sarah, and I moved Ethan into our bed too, so they'd both feel safer. I sat in the chair by the window, wide awake, trying to make sense of what was happening. Around 4:30, Ethan woke up again. Without any prompting from me or Sarah, and without knowing what Emma had said, he started telling me about the big tall kid with a long neck he'd seen earlier. The similarities in their descriptions sent chills down my spine. Ethan said it was white or maybe grayish in color with a dark shadow around it. He said it had come up to his bed making weird noises, not talking, but some kind of strange sounds he couldn't describe. The detail that really got me was when he said it had big eyes that glowed like a cat's in the dark. I hadn't told him anything about Emma's experience, and there's no way he could have heard our conversation since he was sound asleep. Yet here he was, describing almost the exact same thing his sister had seen. As if that wasn't unsettling enough, strange things kept happening throughout the rest of the night. The bathroom light turned off by itself when I was in there. I distinctly remember turning it on and then hearing the switch click as it turned off while I was washing my hands. I flipped it back on and watched it like a hawk, but nothing happened. Around 5 in the morning, there was a loud knocking on the connecting door between our rooms. 3 distinct knocks, like someone using their knuckles, but that made no sense. Both doors were open, and I could clearly see there was nobody there. I got up and walked around both rooms again, finding nothing. The weirdest thing was this smell that suddenly appeared around 5:30. It was like incense or something burning, but with a strange sweetness to it. We hadn't noticed it at all before then. I even called the front desk to ask if they were burning anything or if there might be a fire somewhere in the building. They assured me there wasn't. I spent the rest of the night sitting in that chair, watching my family sleep and jumping at every little sound. As the sun came up, the room started feeling more normal again, but I couldn't shake the uneasiness that had settled over me. What keeps me up at night now isn't just what happened, but the fact that both of my kids saw the same thing. They described the same tall, white figure with an elongated neck. They both felt the same fear, and they had no way of coordinating their stories. Emma didn't tell Ethan what she saw, and he volunteered his own description hours later. We checked out as soon as we could that morning. The kids were exhausted and clingy, and Sarah and I weren't much better. We didn't tell the hotel staff about our experience. Honestly, what would we even say? That we saw some kind of ghost or entity in our room? They'd think we were crazy. On the drive home, I tried to come up with rational explanations. Maybe there was some kind of gas leak causing hallucinations, but the hotel didn't report any issues, and it doesn't explain the knocking or lights turning off. Maybe the kids watched something scary on TV that I didn't know about, but they described details so specific and similar that it couldn't be coincidence. It's been 4 weeks now, and both kids still occasionally bring it up. Emma won't sleep with her door closed anymore. Ethan has started sleeping with every stuffed animal he owns piled around him like some kind of barrier, and I find myself waking up at exactly 3 in the morning almost every night, instantly alert, listening for sounds that aren't there. I've always been the guy who laughs at ghost stories. I've rolled my eyes at friends who claimed they saw something supernatural, but now I don't know what to believe anymore. I can't explain what happened that night in any way that makes logical sense. The only thing I know for sure is that something was in that room with my children, something that scared them so badly they still can't talk about it without getting upset. And whatever it was, it shattered my disbelief in things I can't explain. Sometimes I wonder if anyone else has experienced something similar at that hotel. I've looked online but haven't found anything specific to our room. Maybe we just had the bad luck of encountering whatever it was. But I know what my family experienced wasn't just nightmares or overactive imaginations. It was real, and it's changed how I see the world. Story 19. I've never been the superstitious type. Growing up in Darjeeling with its mist-covered hills and ancient stories, you'd think I would be more open to the supernatural. But I was always the rational one in my family, the one who'd roll my eyes when my grandmother talked about spirits in the mountains, or when my mother would light incense to ward off negative energy. I believed in what I could see, touch, and prove. That changed 6 months ago. It was a normal Tuesday when my mother came home excited about her find at the local thrift shop, an ornate wooden jewelry box with intricate carvings of peacocks and elephants. The wood was dark, almost black in places, with hints of red in the grain when the light hit it right. Brass hinges that had turned slightly green with age. It looked old, really old. "Only 500 rupees, she exclaimed, placing it proudly on her vanity. The shop owner said it belonged to a British colonial officer's wife who lived here in the 1800s. I remember running my fingers over the carvings. The wood felt unusually cold, like it had been kept in a refrigerator. I pulled my hand back instinctively. "It needs cleaning," I said, noticing dust collected in the corners, "and maybe some oil for the hinges." Mom opened it, revealing a faded velvet interior that might have once been deep purple, but had faded to a grayish lavender. The inside smelled musty and strange, not just old, but wrong somehow, like soil from a place where nothing grows. That night, Nando, our 3-year-old tabby cat, who normally sleeps at the foot of my parents' bed, refused to enter their bedroom. When my mother tried to carry him in, he went completely rigid. His fur stood on end, his tail puffed up to twice its normal size, and he made this low, guttural sound I'd never heard before. He scratched my mother's arms until she dropped him, then bolted down the hallway. "He's just being temperamental," my father said, but the way he glanced at the jewelry box suggested otherwise. That was the first warning. I should have paid attention when the following morning I woke up remembering a dream so vivid it felt like a memory. I was standing in our kitchen watching a glass fall from the counter and shatter in a specific pattern, like a starburst on the floor. 3 hours later, the exact same glass fell when my mother accidentally knocked it over while reaching for the tea canister. It broke in the identical pattern from my dream. The déjà vu was so strong I felt dizzy. That night, I dreamt of my father's colleague calling with news about a project delay. The next morning, the phone rang. It was exactly that person with exactly that news. These premonitions continued, becoming more frequent and more specific. Dreams that played out exactly in reality the next day. At first, they were mundane: a visitor at the door, a power outage, specific words someone would say. But they started getting darker. I dreamt of my mother falling down the last 3 steps of our staircase, clutching her arm in pain. I was so disturbed that I warned her to be careful on the stairs. She laughed it off. "You're becoming as superstitious as your grandmother," she teased. 2 days later, it happened exactly as I'd seen it. My mother fell down the last 3 steps of our staircase. She broke her arm in 2 places. When we took her to the hospital, she kept saying something that made my blood run cold. "Someone pushed me," she insisted, her eyes wide with fear. I felt hands on my back, hard, bony hands. The doctor exchanged knowing looks with my father, the kind that said they thought shock was making her confused. But I believed her, because by then my mother had already started having the sleep paralysis episodes. It began about a week after she bought the jewelry box. She woke up screaming in the middle of the night, gasping for air. My father and I rushed to their bedroom to find her sitting up, clutching her throat. "Someone was sitting on my chest," she whispered, her voice hoarse. "An old woman with white eyes. She was pressing down, choking me. I couldn't move, couldn't scream." My father tried to comfort her, attributing it to stress or perhaps the spicy dinner we'd eaten. But the next night it happened again, and the next. Soon it was happening almost every night, and my always healthy mother started looking gaunt and exhausted. Dark circles formed under her eyes, and she jumped at every small noise. Then my father started seeing things too. Our flat has a small balcony connected to my parents' bedroom. One evening my father was working late at his desk when he glanced up toward the balcony door. He froze, his face draining of color. "There's someone out there," he whispered to me later that night after my mother had finally fallen asleep with the help of the pills the doctor prescribed. An old woman in white just standing there, staring in. When I blinked, she was gone. I wanted to dismiss it, but there was raw fear in my father's eyes, a man I'd never seen afraid of anything. Soon he was hearing footsteps in the hallway when no one was there, feeling touches on his shoulder when he was alone, finding doors open that he was certain he'd closed. The jewelry box sat on my mother's vanity through all of this, and I started to notice something strange about it. Sometimes it seemed to change position slightly even though no one had touched it. Once I could have sworn I saw the lid quiver, as if something inside was trying to get out. One night I couldn't sleep and went to the kitchen for water. As I passed my parents' room, I heard a faint clicking sound. Their door was ajar, and in the dim light from the hallway, I could see the jewelry box on the vanity. The lid was opening and closing by itself. Click, click, click. Slow, deliberate movements. No wind, no vibration from passing traffic could explain it. I stood frozen, watching this impossible thing happen. Then the lid stopped halfway open, and I swear I felt, something looking at me from inside that box. I ran back to my room and didn't come out until morning. The next day, I convinced my parents that we needed to get rid of the jewelry box. Even my skeptical father agreed. The changes in my mother were too severe to ignore. The sleep paralysis, the constant fear, her broken arm. We decided we would take it back to the thrift shop, or if they wouldn't take it, we'd burn it. But when we went to get it, the jewelry box was gone. We searched everywhere, every drawer, cupboard, underbeds, in closets. It had vanished from our home as if it had never existed. My mother was frantic, my father confused. I was terrified because somehow this seemed worse than if it had stayed where it was. That night, my mother woke up screaming again, worse than ever before. "She's here," she shrieked, pointing to the empty corner of their bedroom. "She's holding the box. She's opening it." My father and I saw nothing, but the temperature in the room plummeted so suddenly that our breath fogged in the air. The lights flickered and then went out completely. In the darkness, I heard a sound I'll never forget, a dry, rasping laugh that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, the kind of laugh that has never known joy, only malice. When my father finally got his phone to use as a flashlight, my mother had 3 long red scratches down her cheek. They were bleeding. We spent that night in a hotel. The next morning, we called a local priest to come bless our home. He walked through each room, sprinkling holy water and reciting prayers. When he reached my parents' bedroom, he stopped abruptly at the vanity where the jewelry box had been. "There is residue here," he said quietly. "Something very old and very angry. Where did you get the object that sat here?" We told him about the jewelry box, and his face grew grave. "Some objects become vessels," he explained. "Containers not just for jewelry, but for spirits, for energy, for entities that should not be in our world. If the previous owner used it for occult purposes, or if someone died with a powerful attachment to it." He performed additional rituals and told us to sage the house daily for at least a month. He also warned us that the entity might have hidden the box somewhere in our home and that we should keep searching for it. We did. We took apart furniture, looked inside walls where possible, lifted floorboards. Nothing. But the activity didn't stop. It got worse. My father's watch stopped at 3:15 every morning. No matter how many times he reset it or changed the battery, my mother would find her jewelry, the pieces she'd stored in the box, arranged in strange patterns on her vanity. Once I came home to find every single photo in our home turned face down. And the dreams? My dreams became nightmares, but they still came true. I dreamed of our neighbor's dog dying suddenly. It happened the next day. I dreamed of a fire in the apartment building across the street. 3 days later, firefighters were there putting out a blaze that started in the exact unit I'd seen. I've started keeping a journal of these premonitions, trying to understand if there's a pattern or purpose. Is it trying to communicate something or just torment us? Last night was the worst yet. I woke up at 3:15, the same time my father's watch always stops, feeling a crushing weight on my chest. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. I could only lie there, paralyzed, as the room grew colder and darker. Then I saw her, just as my mother had described. An old woman with paper-white skin and completely white eyes, no pupils or irises. She wore what might have once been a fine dress, now rotting and gray. Her hair was thin and stringy, revealing patches of scalp. She leaned close to my face, so close I could smell her. That same wrong smell from the jewelry box, like soil where nothing grows. Her mouth opened, wider than a human mouth should be able to open. "It's mine," she whispered, her voice like dry leaves scraping together. "You're mine." Then she was gone, and I could move again. This morning, I found the jewelry box sitting on my own dresser, lid open, waiting. Inside was a folded piece of paper that looked centuries old. Written on it in faded ink were names. Dozens of names crossed out one by one. At the bottom of the list was my name, my mother's name, and my father's name. None of us crossed out yet. I don't know what to do. We can't seem to get rid of it. It keeps coming back. It keeps hiding. It's playing with us, like a cat with mice before the kill. I'm writing this now because I need someone to know what's happening. I've tried to be rational, to find logical explanations. I've considered gas leaks, shared hallucinations, even some kind of family mental break, but none of that explains the physical evidence. My mother's scratches, the broken arm, the jewelry box that disappears and reappears. Something is in our home, something evil that came with that jewelry box, and I'm terrified it's only getting stronger. Story 20. I've been driving trucks for almost 11 years now. I've seen pretty much everything the open road has to offer. Crazy drivers, wildlife crossings, storms that turn day into night. But what happened to me 3 nights ago on Highway 66, I still can't explain it. I keep replaying everything in my head, trying to make sense of it all. It started as a completely normal haul. I was driving a load from Chicago to Albuquerque, a route I've done dozens of times before. Nothing special about it. I'd been on the road for about 14 hours straight and was starting to feel the fatigue setting in. You know how it gets. Your eyes start burning, your back aches, and the white lines on the road start to hypnotize you. I decided to pull into this little rest area just past Tulsa to stretch my legs and maybe catch a quick nap. It was around 9 in the evening when I parked. The rest area was practically deserted, just my rig and a couple of cars. The place had this eerie quietness to it, the kind that makes the hairs on your neck stand up for no good reason. I remember thinking it was strange how few vehicles were around for that time of night. Usually these stops are bustling with travelers. After using the restroom, I walked back to my truck and leaned against the cab, just breathing in the cool night air. That's when I first heard it, this faint melody coming from somewhere in the woods behind the rest area. It wasn't loud, more like someone humming just at the edge of hearing. The tune was haunting. Not scary exactly, but melancholic, like a lullaby someone would sing to a child, but slower and sadder. I figured it was probably just someone camping out there or maybe sound carrying from a nearby property. But something about it pulled at me. I found myself walking toward the tree line, straining to hear it better. The melody seemed to get clearer as I approached the woods, like whoever was making it wanted me to find them. I'm not usually the type to go wandering into dark woods at night, but I just couldn't help myself. I took out my phone and turned on the flashlight, stepping between the trees. The light from the rest area faded quickly behind me, and soon all I had was my phone's beam cutting through the darkness. I'd gone maybe 50 yards in when I saw something move between the trees ahead of me, just a shadow there and gone in an instant. My heart jumped into my throat and I froze. "Hello?" I called out, immediately feeling stupid. What was I doing? Following strange sounds into the woods at night? I'd seen enough horror movies to know how that usually ends. I backed up a few steps, ready to turn and make a quick exit, when the melody suddenly stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the eerie song. I hurried back to my truck, telling myself I was just tired and my mind was playing tricks on me. After splashing some cold water on my face in the rest area bathroom, I got back on the road. I figured driving would help clear my head, but something felt off. Highway 66 was unusually empty. I mean, it's not the busiest highway at night, but I typically pass at least a few other trucks or cars. That night, there was nothing, just empty asphalt stretching out in front of me. I cranked up the radio to fill the silence, but it was mostly static. Even the usual late-night talk shows weren't coming through clearly. I switched it off after a while and drove in silence, the hum of my engine the only sound keeping me company. Around midnight, I spotted another truck parked on the shoulder about half a mile ahead. Its hazards were flashing, so I slowed down, thinking maybe the driver needed help. As I pulled up behind it, I could see a man standing beside his cab, looking anxious. I rolled down my window as I came to a stop. "You need a hand?" I called out. The driver approached my window. He was an older guy, probably in his late 50s, with deep creases around his eyes that spoke of long years on the road. But there was something in those eyes that night. Fear, pure and simple. "You heading east or west?" he asked, his voice tight. "West," I told him. "Albuquerque." He nodded, glancing nervously down the empty highway. "You might want to consider finding another route." "Why's that?" He hesitated, like he was weighing whether to tell me something or not. Finally, he sighed. "You're gonna think I'm crazy, but there's something wrong with this stretch of highway tonight. About 10 miles up, there's a woman who appears on the road. I nearly hit her." I frowned. "A hitchhiker?" "No," he said firmly. "She wasn't there." And then suddenly she was, standing right in my headlights, wearing this white dress, looking lost. I swerved and nearly jackknifed trying to avoid her. I didn't know what to say to that. It sounded like the beginning of one of those trucker ghost stories we sometimes share at diners to pass the time. The man must have seen the skepticism on my face because he continued, "Look, I've been driving for 30 years. Never believed in any of that supernatural crap, but I know what I saw. The locals around here talk about her sometimes. They say she was a truck driver who died in an accident on this highway years ago. Now she appears to other drivers, looking for something." "What's she looking for?" I asked, more to humor him than anything else. "Her soul, they say. She can't move on because no one found her body after the crash." He glanced back at his truck. "I'm waiting for a tow. Damaged something when I swerved. But you should turn around if you can." I thanked him for the warning, but told him I needed to make my delivery on time. He just shook his head as I pulled away, like he knew I was making a mistake. For the next few miles, I kept telling myself the old driver was just tired, or maybe he'd been drinking. People see all sorts of things when fatigue sets in. Still, I couldn't shake this growing uneasiness in my gut. The melody from the woods kept playing in my head over and over. I was so caught up in my thoughts that I almost missed her. Standing on the shoulder of the road, right where the old driver said she'd be, was a woman in a flowing white dress. My headlights caught her, making her pale figure glow against the darkness around her. She was just standing there, completely still, her face turned toward my approaching truck. I hit the brakes harder than I meant to, the tires screeching against the asphalt. My rig came to a stop about 20 feet from where she stood. My hands were shaking on the wheel. I remember thinking I should just drive on, pretend I hadn't seen her, but I couldn't. Something about her seemed so lost, so desperate. I put the truck in park and stepped out. The night air had gotten colder, and I could see my breath misting in front of me. "Miss," I called out, "you okay? Need a ride somewhere?" She didn't move at first, just stood there staring at me. Then she took a step forward and another, until she was close enough that I could see her face clearly. She was young, maybe in her late 20s, with long dark hair that seemed to float around her shoulders even though there wasn't any wind. Her eyes were what got me, dark and deep and filled with a sadness I can't even describe. "I need help," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'm lost. I need to find my way home." "Where's home?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. She looked confused by the question, her brow furrowing. I don't remember exactly. I just know I need to go back." As she spoke, something strange happened. For a split second, I wasn't standing on the highway anymore. Instead, I was sitting behind a steering wheel, but not in my truck. It was a car, small, compact. There was rain pounding on the windshield, and the wipers couldn't keep up. I heard tires screeching, felt the car spinning out of control, glass shattered. Pain exploded through my body, and then I was back on Highway 66, gasping for breath. The woman was watching me closely, almost like she knew what I'd just experienced. "You saw it, didn't you?" she asked softly. My mouth was dry. "Saw what? My death?" She said it so matter-of-factly that it sent chills down my spine. "I died here, on this highway. It was raining. My car went off the road into the woods. No one found me. No one's ever found me." I took a step back, suddenly aware of how cold it had become. I could see through her now, just slightly, like looking through foggy glass. "You're not real," I managed to say. "I'm real enough," she replied. "Real enough to be trapped here. I can't find peace because no one knows where I am. My body is still out there, lost in the woods. I should have been terrified, should have jumped back in my truck and driven away as fast as possible. But instead, I felt this overwhelming sadness for her. She seemed so alone, so forgotten. "What do you want from me?" I asked. "Help me," she pleaded. "Find me so I can finally rest." Before I could respond, she was gone. Just vanished, like someone had switched off a light, but her voice lingered, humming that same haunting melody I'd heard in the woods at the rest area. I got back in my truck, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip the steering wheel. I drove for another hour, trying to convince myself I'd imagined the whole thing. but the melody wouldn't leave my head, growing louder and more insistent with every mile. When I came to the next rest area, I pulled in without really thinking about it. It was smaller than the last one, just a bathroom and a couple of picnic tables. No other vehicles were there. The woods behind this rest area seemed darker, deeper somehow, and the melody was coming from them, clear as day now, pulling at me like a physical force. I sat in my truck for what felt like hours, debating what to do. Part of me knew I should just drive away, finish my route, and forget this ever happened. But another part, a stronger part, knew I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I did that. If what the woman said was true, she'd been lost in those woods for years, her body undiscovered, her family never knowing what happened to her. I grabbed my flashlight, a real one this time, not just my phone, and headed into the trees. The melody guided me, growing stronger as I pushed deeper into the woods. I walked for what must have been 30 minutes, tripping over roots and pushing through undergrowth. Then my flashlight beam caught something metallic, a reflection where there shouldn't be one. I moved closer, and my breath caught in my throat. It was a car, or what was left of one. The frame was rusted, half buried in vegetation that had grown up around and through it over the years. The driver's side had been crushed inward, like it had hit something at high speed. My hands were trembling as I approached the wreck. The melody was louder now, almost deafening. I shone my light through what remained of the windshield and saw her, or rather, what was left of her. Just bones now, still strapped into the driver's seat. Her skull was resting against the shattered side window, as if she'd been looking out at the woods as she died. On the floor of the car, I spotted a small purse. I reached through the broken window and picked it up, feeling like I was violating something sacred, but needing to know who she was. Inside was a wallet with an ID. The photo showed the same woman I'd seen on the highway. Dark hair, sad eyes. Her name was Elizabeth Cassidy. According to her license, she would have been 27 when she died. There was something else in the purse too. A delicate silver bracelet with a small charm in the shape of a musical note. It was identical to the one I'd seen on the woman's wrist when she appeared to me. As I held the bracelet, the air around me seemed to change. It got warmer, and the oppressive darkness of the woods lightened somehow. I felt her before I heard her, a presence surrounding me, not threatening but grateful. "Thank you," her voice whispered, seeming to come from everywhere at once. "Now I can rest." The melody that had been haunting me changed, becoming lighter, more peaceful. It swelled around me for a moment, then faded away, leaving only the natural sounds of the night woods. I reported my find to the authorities as soon as I got back to civilization. They found Elizabeth's remains right where I'd told them they would be. Her family had been looking for her for 6 years. They could finally lay her to rest properly. I've been back on the road for a few days now, trying to process everything that happened. I still don't know if I believe in ghosts or the supernatural. All I know is that I heard a melody in the woods. I saw a woman who couldn't possibly have been there, and I found her remains exactly where she led me. Sometimes, late at night when I'm driving alone, I think I can still hear that melody, faint and distant, but it doesn't sound sad anymore. It sounds like peace. Story 21. I've never written about this before, but I think it's time to share what happened in the house where I grew up. My name is Eliza, and my family moved around a lot when I was younger. We never stayed in one place too long, a year here, 2 years there, until we settled in Maplewood. The house we moved into was nothing special. 2 stories, wooden floors that creaked when you walked on them, and this weird wallpaper in the hallway that my mom always said she was going to replace but never did. The first few months were normal. I started at a new school, made a few friends, and finally felt like we might be staying put for a while. It wasn't until about 6 months in that things started to get different. It began with knocking. Not like someone at the door, but like someone knocking on the walls inside the house. It would happen mostly in the evenings when we were all home watching TV or doing homework. At first, my parents blamed it on the pipes or the house settling. That's what adults always say, right? But the knocks had a pattern to them. 3 quick taps, then 2 slow ones. Always the same. Then came the footsteps. Our house had this staircase that went from the living room up to the bedrooms, and I would hear someone walking up those stairs when nobody was there. The steps were so distinct. Creak, creak, pause, creak, like someone was taking their time, maybe stopping to look around. I mentioned it to my mom one night, and she just gave me this look, like she was trying to decide whether to believe me or not. "It's an old house, Eliza," she said. "Old houses make noises." But it wasn't just noises. Things started moving. I'd leave my backpack on my desk and later find it on my bed. My hairbrush would disappear from the bathroom counter and show up in my sock drawer. Small things that could be explained away by forgetfulness, but I knew I wasn't forgetting. Then one day I was sitting on my bed reading when I heard my bedroom door open. I looked up, expecting to see my mom or dad, but there was nobody there. The door just swung open on its own, slow and deliberate. I jumped up and ran to the doorway, looking down the hallway, but it was empty. That's when I felt it, a cold spot right in front of me, like walking into a pocket of winter air in the middle of summer. I backed up, and that's when I saw him for the first time. He was standing in the corner of my room. Not a man like you and me, but a shadow, tall, taller than my dad, who's 6 feet, and completely black. Not like the gray shadows that objects cast, but a deep, consuming darkness, as dark as midnight with no stars. He had no features I could make out, just this vague human shape with long limbs. I should have screamed. I should have run, but something stopped me. There was no feeling of threat coming from him. He was just there, watching, waiting. For what? I didn't know. "Hello?" I whispered. He didn't respond, just tilted what I assumed was his head, like he was curious about me too. Then, as suddenly as he appeared, he was gone. Not like he walked away, but like he simply stopped existing in that space. I told my parents at dinner that night. My dad laughed it off, saying I had an overactive imagination. My mom was quieter, just studying my face as I described what I'd seen. "Did you feel scared?" she finally asked. "No," I said. "That's the weird part. I wasn't scared at all." After that first sighting, things escalated. The shadow man, that's what I started calling him in my head, would appear more frequently. Sometimes just for a second, standing at the end of the hallway or in the corner of the living room. Other times, he'd stay longer, watching me as I did homework or got ready for bed. I started talking to him. Not because I expected a response, but because it felt rude to ignore him. I'd tell him about my day or complain about school. He never spoke back, but sometimes objects in my room would move when I talked. My pencil rolling across the desk or my curtains swaying without any breeze. My family started to notice things too. My mom was in the kitchen one afternoon when all the cabinet doors flew open at once. My dad was watching a football game when the TV turned off by itself, and no amount of button pressing would turn it back on. It came back to life 20 minutes later, right in the middle of a commercial. The most dramatic incident happened when I was doing dishes after dinner. I was alone in the kitchen, and I felt that familiar cold spot behind me. I knew he was there without turning around. "You should really help with these dishes if you're going to be part of this family," I joked. The plate I was washing slipped from my hands, but instead of crashing to the floor, it hovered in midair for a second before gently settling back in the sink. I stood there, water still running over my frozen hands, my heart pounding. That night, my parents had a whispered argument in their bedroom. I couldn't make out all the words, but I heard my dad say, "It's just a phase," and my mom respond, "But what if it's not?" The next morning, my mom sat me down at the kitchen table. Her face was serious, with dark circles under her eyes like she hadn't slept. "Eliza, I need you to tell me everything about this shadow you're seeing." So I did. I told her how he appeared, how he never tried to hurt me, how I felt like he just wanted someone to acknowledge him. She listened without interrupting, her hands clutched around a mug of coffee that was probably cold by the time I finished. "Do you think I'm crazy?" I asked when I was done. She shook her head. "No, honey, I don't think you're crazy." She took a deep breath. When I was about your age, I saw something similar in my grandmother's house. Not exactly the same, but I know these things can be real. That was the first time any adult had validated what I was experiencing, and I felt this huge weight lift off my shoulders. My mom didn't try to get rid of the shadow man after that, but she did set some ground rules. I had to tell her any time he appeared, and if I ever felt threatened, even for a second, we would find someone who could help. But I never did feel threatened. If anything, I started to feel protective of him. He became a weird sort of constant in my life, this silent observer who seemed interested in what I was doing but never interfered in a harmful way. Things changed when my mom got pregnant. She and my dad were thrilled. They'd been trying for another baby for years. As her stomach grew, the activity in the house seemed to increase. Doors would slam shut during conversations. The TV would change channels on its own. Once, all the books on our living room shelves fell off simultaneously, making a mess of a Sunday afternoon, and the shadow man started appearing more often, not just to me anymore. My dad came home from work early one day and saw something dark move across the kitchen window. He thought it was someone breaking in and called the police, but when they came, they found nothing. My mum was 8 months pregnant when she woke up in the middle of the night to find all the baby clothes and toys they'd received at the shower arranged in a circle in the nursery. They'd been in shopping bags in the closet when she went to bed. After my brother was born, a healthy baby boy named Tyler, something strange happened. The shadow man disappeared, at least from my sight. The knocking stopped. The footsteps on the stairs went quiet. It was like he'd never been there at all. I asked my mom if she thought he was gone for good. "I don't know," she said, cradling Tyler against her chest. "But Eliza, I need you to promise me something. Don't ever tell Tyler about the shadow man. I don't want him to be looking for something that might scare him." I promised, even though I didn't think the shadow man was something to be afraid of. And for 3 years, I kept that promise. Our house was just a normal house again, with normal creaks and normal shadows. Then, one afternoon when Tyler was 3, I was babysitting him while our parents were at a neighborhood barbecue. We were in different rooms, me doing homework at the kitchen table, him playing with his cars in the living room. I heard him laugh, then go quiet for a moment, then start talking the way toddlers do when they're playing make-believe. I didn't think much of it until I heard his little feet running toward the kitchen, moving faster than his usual toddle. He burst into the room, his face white with fear. "Liza, the man. The man." I knelt down to his level. "What man, Ty? There's no one here but us." As the words left my mouth, I heard something from the living room, the whirring sound of one of Tyler's toy cars turning on by itself. It came zooming into the kitchen, its little lights flashing, following the same path Tyler had just run. Tyler screamed and buried his face in my shirt. The car stopped at my feet, then the lights went off. When my parents came home, I told them what happened. My mum's face went pale, and my dad, who had always been the skeptic, didn't have a rational explanation this time. "You didn't tell him anything about before?" my mom asked me when Tyler was in bed. "Of course not," I insisted. "I promised you." She believed me, but that didn't explain why Tyler had been so terrified or why the toy car had followed him into the kitchen. It happened again a week later. Tyler was playing with his blocks in his room when suddenly he came tearing down the hallway, screaming about the dark man. One of his blocks followed him out, sliding across the floor like it was being pushed by an invisible hand. My parents started talking about moving. My mom was convinced that whatever was in our house was now targeting Tyler, and she wasn't going to wait around to see what happened next. I tried to tell her that the shadow man had never been dangerous, but she wouldn't listen. "You don't understand, Eliza," she said one night. "It's different when it's happening to your child." We moved 3 months later. The new house was smaller and further from my school, but my parents seemed relieved to be out of Maplewood. Tyler stopped talking about the man and went back to being a normal, happy kid. Sometimes I wonder if the shadow man is still there in that house, waiting for the next family to move in. Other times, I think maybe he followed us, and he's just waiting for the right moment to appear again. I'm in college now, and I haven't seen him since we left that house. But sometimes, when I'm alone in my dorm room late at night, I feel that familiar cold spot and wonder if he's still watching over me, silent as always, dark as midnight. Story 22. I still can't sleep properly. It's been 3 weeks since that night on Route 40, and I keep seeing her face every time I close my eyes. I've been driving trucks for 13 years now, and I've seen some weird shit on the road at night. Sleep deprivation plays tricks on your mind, especially when you're pushing through those lonely stretches where the only company you have is your own thoughts and whatever's playing on the radio to keep you awake. But what happened that night in November wasn't a hallucination or a dream. It was real, and no matter how many times I try to rationalize it, I can't explain what I experienced. I was hauling a load of industrial equipment from Dallas to San Diego, a route I've driven dozens of times before. The weather forecast had mentioned possible storms, so I decided to push through the night to stay ahead of the bad weather. That meant driving through what some of us truckers call the Phantom Highway, a 100-mile stretch of Route 40 that cuts through some of the most desolate landscape you'll ever see. Nothing but desert, mountains in the distance, and this ribbon of asphalt that seems to go on forever. The nickname isn't just because it's remote. Over the years, drivers have reported all kinds of strange experiences there. Radio interference, time discrepancies, seeing vehicles that vanish when you get close. Most of us just laugh it off as road fatigue or desert mirages. I used to be one of those people. It was about 3 in the morning when I hit that stretch. The moon was nearly full, casting this eerie silver light across the desert. I remember checking my fuel gauge and thinking I should have topped off at the last stop, but I figured I had enough to make it to the next station about 70 miles ahead. That's when I noticed a flickering light off to the side of the road, maybe a quarter mile ahead. At first I thought it was a reflection from my headlights, but as I got closer, I realized it was a small fire. Not a wildfire, but what looked like a campfire. Who the hell would be camping right next to the highway in the middle of nowhere at 3 in the morning? I slowed down a bit as I approached. That's when I saw her. A woman was standing by the roadside just at the edge of the fire's light. She was wearing what looked like a white dress that seemed to glow in the moonlight. Her hair was long and dark, all messy like she'd been caught in a windstorm. Even from the cab, I could see her eyes, wide and desperate. She was waving her arms frantically, the universal sign of someone in trouble. I've been taught never to stop for strangers at night. It's one of the first rules you learn as a long-haul driver. Too many stories about setups and robberies, but out here, there wasn't another soul for miles, and if someone was truly in trouble, they could die before another vehicle came along. I slowed my rig to a stop about 50 feet past her. In my side mirror, I could see her running toward the truck. My hand hovered over the door lock for a second before I powered down my window instead of opening the door. "Please help me," she called up to me. Her voice sounded strange, thin and distant, even though she was right there. "My friends left me behind. I need to get to the next town." Up close, she looked to be in her 20s. Pretty, but with this haunted expression. Her white dress wasn't a dress at all, but a simple white top and pants that seemed too thin for the cold desert night. She wasn't shivering though, which struck me as odd. "Where did your friends go?" I asked. "And what are you doing out here with a fire by the highway?" "The fire was already here," she said, which made no sense. "Please, I need to catch up with them. They didn't mean to leave me." Every instinct told me to drive away, but there was something about her eyes, this profound sadness mixed with fear. I couldn't just leave her there. "I can take you to the next town," I said finally. "But I need to call this in first." I reached for my CB radio, but she shook her head violently. "No, please, no calls. I just need a ride, please." Against my better judgment, I unlocked the passenger door. "Climb in." She got in without another word, and the moment she settled into the seat, this strange silence filled the cab. Not just quiet, but a heavy silence that seemed to absorb every sound. Even the engine noise seemed muffled. I pulled back onto the highway, stealing glances at her every few seconds. She was staring straight ahead, her hands folded in her lap. "What's your name?" I asked, trying to break the uncomfortable silence. "Sarah," she replied without looking at me. "I'm Mike. Where were you headed with your friends before they, left you?" "West," she said. "We were going west." I tried asking more questions, where she was from, how she ended up stranded, but her answers were vague or short. After a while, I gave up and focused on driving. The radio was playing softly, some late-night talk show, but the reception was getting worse by the minute, dissolving into static. We'd been driving for about 20 minutes when I saw something in the road ahead, a dark shape blocking both lanes. As we got closer, I realized it was another semi-truck parked sideways across the highway with no lights on. There was no way around it. "What the hell?" I muttered, slowing down and putting on my hazards. "Stay here," I told Sarah as I grabbed my flashlight from the glove compartment. "I need to check this out." The moment I stepped out of the truck, I was hit by how quiet it was. No desert sounds, no distant traffic, not even the wind, just absolute silence. I walked toward the abandoned truck, sweeping my flashlight across it. The cab was empty, the driver's door hanging open. There was no sign of an accident or mechanical failure. It was as if someone had deliberately parked it to block the road and then vanished. I called out, "Hello? Anyone there?" My voice seemed to die a few feet from my mouth, swallowed by the silence. That's when I heard the truck door open behind me. Sarah had gotten out and was standing beside my rig, staring not at the abandoned truck but at something off to the right, in the direction of a line of scraggly trees marking what must have been a dry creek bed. "Sarah," I called, "I told you to stay in the truck." She slowly raised her arm and pointed toward the tree line. "They're coming," she whispered, but somehow I heard her clearly despite the distance between us. I turned to look where she was pointing. At first I saw nothing but darkness. Then I noticed movement among the trees. Figures were emerging from the shadows, 3 or 4 of them. They weren't walking exactly, more like gliding, and they were heading straight toward us. A wave of cold dread washed over me. I ran back to the truck, grabbed Sarah by the arm, and pulled her toward the cab. Her skin was ice cold, despite the desert heat that lingered even in the middle of the night. "We need to go," I said, pushing her into the passenger seat and jumping in myself. The figures were getting closer, moving with a terrible purpose. I fired up the engine, threw the truck into reverse, and began backing up, intending to turn around and find another route. As I was executing the turn, my headlights swept across the abandoned truck again, except it wasn't there anymore. The road was completely clear. I slammed on the brakes, causing the truck to lurch. "What the hell?" "They do that," Sarah said quietly. "They make you see things that aren't really there, or sometimes hide things that are." I stared at her, a cold feeling spreading through my chest. "What do you mean? Who are they?" She turned to look at me, and for a split second, her face seemed different, gaunt, with dark hollows where her eyes should be. But then she blinked, and she looked normal again. "My friends," she said simply. "They didn't mean to leave me behind. But now I'm stuck here, and so are they." I put the truck in drive and accelerated hard, my hands shaking on the wheel. Whatever was happening, I needed to get to somewhere with people, lights, civilization. "I didn't mean to end up on this highway," Sarah continued, her voice taking on a dreamy quality. "I didn't want to get left behind. None of us did." "What are you talking about?" I demanded, fear making my voice sharp. "What happened to you?" She didn't answer right away. We drove in that unnatural silence for what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes. Finally, I saw the lights of a rest area ahead. Just a small building with vending machines, bathrooms, and a couple of picnic tables. But it was something. I pulled in and parked under the brightest light I could find. There was one other vehicle there, an old RV with its curtains drawn. I cut the engine and turned to Sarah. "I need you to tell me what's going on," I said firmly. "Right now." She sighed, a sound like wind through dry leaves. We were coming back from a music festival in California, me, my boyfriend, and two other couples. It was 1998. We were all packed into this old van, driving through the night to get back to Albuquerque. My blood ran cold. 1998 was over 20 years ago. The driver was tired, she continued. Maybe he fell asleep, maybe he was still high from the festival. I don't know. The van went off the road somewhere along this stretch of highway, into a ravine. They all died instantly. "And you?" I whispered. I was thrown from the van. I was alive, barely. I tried to crawl back to the road to get help, but I didn't make it. They found the van 2 days later with the others still inside. They never found me. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. I just stared at her as she continued. "I'm trapped here now, between worlds. I can't move on until I find them again. Sometimes I can see them, searching for me, like I'm searching for them. But we can never quite reach each other." "Why me?" I managed to ask. "Why did you stop me?" "You were kind," she said simply. "Most people drive right past, but you stopped. And I thought maybe you could help me find them." I looked away, unable to meet her gaze. Through the windshield, I saw movement near the RV. 3 figures were standing there watching us. They seemed to shimmer in the harsh sodium lights of the rest area, not quite solid. "There they are," Sarah whispered, her voice suddenly eager. "My friends, they've come for me." She reached for the door handle, but I grabbed her wrist. Her skin was like ice. "Sarah, wait, I don't—" "Thank you for stopping," she said, looking at me with those sad eyes. "Most people just drive by. They're afraid of this highway, afraid of what they might find. But sometimes all we need is someone to help us find our way home." She pulled away from my grasp and opened the door. As she stepped down from the cab, I had the sudden, irrational urge to call her back, to protect her somehow. But from what? She was already dead. I watched as she walked toward the 3 figures by the RV. As she approached them, they seemed to become more solid, more real. One of them, a young man with long hair, held out his hand to her. I couldn't bear to watch anymore. I started the engine, threw the truck into gear, and peeled out of that rest area like the devil himself was on my tail. In my rearview mirror, I caught one last glimpse of Sarah and the others. They were all looking at me, their faces expressionless, before they seemed to fade into the darkness. I drove straight through until dawn, not stopping for anything. When the sun finally came up, I pulled into a diner about 100 miles from where I'd left Sarah. My hands were still shaking as I ordered coffee. 2 truckers were sitting in a booth behind me, talking in low voices. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but when I heard one of them mention that weird stretch on Route 40, my blood ran cold. "My cousin swears he saw her last month," one was saying. "The woman in white says she was standing by a fire on the side of the road." "It's bullshit," his companion replied. "Just another ghost story truckers tell to keep themselves awake." "I don't know, man. Too many people have seen her. They say she died in a crash back in the 90s. Her and a bunch of friends coming back from some concert in California. They found the others, but not her. They say she's still out there, looking for her friends, trying to find her way home." I left my coffee untouched and walked out. I've taken different routes since then, even if it means adding hours to my journey. I'll never drive the Phantom Highway again. But sometimes, when I'm on the road late at night, I find myself checking my mirrors, half expecting to see a woman in white standing by the roadside, her eyes full of that terrible sadness, still searching for the friends who left her behind.